Hello, trainers, and welcome to the European League Masters, the next step in the European League journey, presented by Unity Clash. 8 teams have earned the right to battle it out in our round-robin format over 7 weeks to be crowned the first ever Masters champion. From veteran teams to brand new squads, this is the best of EU Grassroots Unite. I'm your host, Spartan Tano, and I'm joined by the incredible Steel Agent Kyle today. How are you doing, buddy?
Very cold across the pond. We have just an insane winter storm that's hitting like 2,000 miles wide, and we're about to get I want to say 12 inches of snow over the next day and a half. So should be pretty rough, but excited to cast some Pokemon Unite.
Well, I hope you're staying warm. I hope everybody else is staying warm. We've got some hype games today. We'll have a look at the current standings very shortly. We'll also have a talk about the current games that we're going to be seeing today, the schedule. I cannot wait. Hype games, as everybody expects to see. These are the standings so far. So we only have had 1 week of action after the seeding phase. Rework are pretty comfortable with both of their squads. They formed a little bit of a love triangle with Thank You Todo recently, and Team Int were also able to get their first win as well. So, as you would expect with the first week here, Kyle, there's nothing that's that showcasing. We're kind of waiting for people to start building that momentum.
Yeah, it's so early in the season, so you just kind of expect things to kind of be a little bit of a slow start for some of these teams. There's been a lot of changes inside Pokemon Unite, both in the most recent patch, but also just kind of teams feeling out all the new different maps. Obviously, we have Kyogre, we have Groudon, some teams even select Rayquaza in some tournaments. So there's a lot of new things to kind of play around with. Obviously, we've had some new Pokemon. So yeah, just kind of teams feeling it out. There's still plenty of regular season left. So I'm excited to see these 4 matchups today.
Yeah, as we talk about matchups, let's have a nosy at our schedule. Let's talk about the matches of the day and, of course, game 1 that will be coming up. Very excited for this, though. Thank you, Todo. They are currently on continuing their winning streak. Los Duros is who they're going to be taking on. That's 2 fan-favorite teams. Looking forward to that one. Rework Esport Gear will be taking on Supernova, who are still looking for their first win. Pretty much a new team, so I'm excited to see how they go up against Gear, probably one of the strongest in this league so far. Esport Core will be going up against Team Int. Now, both of those teams have a win, so one of them will be losing that winning record. And then we have currently in the last place MTZ Esports versus Phantom Forces. That's an opportunity to get a bit of an upset.
Yeah, upsets are always super fun. It's a tough team to take down, obviously, a very, well-versed squad, but you could always expect some upsets in these league formats. You never know if teams are going to be really giving their best effort, but, all those top teams, they're certainly going to get the best efforts from the teams that want to take them down.
Rightly so, and I think we might have some stats that we can go through from last week's action as well. We'll see if production's able to bring those up. Nevertheless, I'm excited to see with these recent patches that have come in, Kyle, what will that do for what we see in these weeks? Let's get the stats up and have a nosy, because there's some Pokemon that have had some great tweaks. Don't even get me started on the Darkrai buffs.
Oh, goodness. There are certainly some changes inside Pokemon Unite, but, obviously, big shout out to DioEva for breaking us down with all the stats. But yeah, there are certainly some interesting buffs, we'll say to the least, to some Pokemon. I think we all kind of saw a Darkrai buff coming, given some of the hollow wares that it was getting. It's tough, but we did see some nerfs on some Pokemon that, certainly needed it. Obviously, Glaceon was one of them. They did receive a little bit of a nerf. Mewtwo X, which, we saw 59% of the time 47% of the time with a 59% win rate. So that one definitely needed at least a little bit of a nerf. So I'm glad we're seeing some of that.
One thing that I do believe needs to be nerfed as we have a look at these 10 most played Pokemon, and people are probably going to hate me for it, Blastoise. I am fed up of seeing this Pokemon in the meta, controlling the map, and we've had it a few times in the meta being such a strong defender, or shall I say all-rounder, because that's pretty much the role it's currently playing. A 55% win rate with an 80% pick rate is insane in the first few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I played this thing on ladder a couple of nights this week, and I'm not normally a defender player. Not too often, but sometimes, if a team needs a defender, I'll break one out, and holy cow, I played some Blastoise, and it felt illegal, some of the things that this could do. Having the eject button into a nice Hydro Typhoon is always just super fun. Obviously, there's a lot of things that you could do with Surf, reposition enemies, but I think the biggest thing is just the amount of self-sustain that this thing has. So I would not be surprised if we see it banned a lot today. And if it's not banned, first pick seems like a very appropriate response for that left side team. These are the most banned pick Pokemon so far this season. Mega Gyarados obviously got a nerf most recently. Same with Charizard Y. Mega Lucario still getting banned despite, not really receiving much nerfs recently.
Yeah, I don't think it's any surprise that we're seeing these Megas being the #1 bans, and Glaceon understandable since it was before the patch, but we were just talking about it, no Blastoise there whatsoever, so people are not even considering it ban-worthy, and that's probably why we see it picked up in so many games. Suicune, still understandable, the king of crowd control in this game at the moment, and Vaporeon continues to just be absolutely ridiculous with how much they can assist their team. I think we also have some data around most played by role, or if not, we'll have a nosy if that comes up. Here we go. Thank you so much, production. So, looking at the defender slot there, Kyle, 38 games of Blastoise.
Yeah, I mean, it's so versatile, right? I mean, you can have it technically as a defender, but oftentimes we are seeing teams that normally play like a damage carry role. We're seeing that Blastoise fill into that slot along with some sort of supporter up in that top path, which I think is pretty appropriate. I still love playing it as that defender. Add some bulky items, make a bulky Pokemon already bulky. Don't necessarily need too many damage items on this thing. But the thing I'm most interested in on this graphic is the attacker role. One thing that it tells me is, one, we're not picking a lot of attackers. Obviously, we're not playing a lot of speedsters, but we're not playing a lot of attackers. There's just kind of a handful. Mewtwo Y, obviously the most played. It's incredibly powerful. It has a lot of good things working for it. I think it also does pretty well when there is a speedster on the board. Teleport is pretty fun to, kind of dodge away from it. And also just that lock-on ability with Psystrike being able to slow them down as well as stun them with that last burst. My favorite Pokemon to play on that attacker role right now, though, is that Miraidon. It has a great early game and even has a pretty decent into that late game. The Unite move can be very game-changing.
100%. I am very much enjoying the fact that we do get some Decidueye in these games recently, buddy. I love it when we see some of these Pokemon that become quite rare, so give me more of that Decidueye action as we have a nosy here at the percentage of Regis that do get captured here. So it does seem like the Registeel and Regice combo being slightly ahead of the Regirock at the moment. But I do think a lot of teams, from what I'm seeing recently, Kyle, especially in this EU region, put a lot of importance on the Regieleki.
Yeah, Regieleki, I mean, obviously it's one that's going to hit at least 2 times, sometimes a 3rd time. So it's not super surprising that we're seeing a ton of it, but I think right now, it's such a good objective because you can really control the map if you're able to break that first goal zone, and even if you're able to, be a little bit lucky, maybe a little bit fortunate to be able to break that 2nd tier goal zone. I think teams with the new maps really try to get off to a good lead because it's much harder to come back against, or I guess in these games when there are Groudon or Kyogre, because if you're able to just kind of hold your own, it's not as easy as Rayquaza was to get those points in those last moments.
I think we did also have some data here, there we go, on the final objective and whether it gets taken or not. Now, I will say, of course, teams get to choose which kind of maps they want to be playing on, or at least they do in UCS this season. Rayquaza hasn't been a fan favorite. No surprises there. People are very comfortable with Kyogre at the moment, especially with how it affects the goal zones. But I think the biggest thing about this data here, Kyle, is that despite the fact that you grab that final objective, it is not an automatic game win like the way Rayquaza used to feel.
Yeah, I mean, I love Groudon. I think it was very fun while it was the main objective for, those 2.5, 3 months. And then we got Kyogre right as UCS season was starting. So teams are kind of starting to get, their footing down in a lot of the grassroots tournaments. But obviously Kyogre being the map that's been played a majority of the UCS season, obviously the main open qualifiers. And now that we're kind of into the league format, we're seeing all three of them there. We're going to get to see all three of them here. I think Kyogre is kind of the most picked right now currently because I feel like it's most likely because teams are, able to practice it a little bit more. Obviously in, scrims or whatever, you could pick whatever you want, but in the ranked environment, if you want to test out a Pokemon in ranked, I think that's the best practice that you could get without playing Scrim. So I think Kyogre is just teams are feeling pretty comfortable on it. Groudon, I still think, in my opinion, probably the most balanced of the three objectives. So I'm not super surprised that it's like just behind Kyogre.
No, I wholeheartedly agree. I think the Groudon is probably the best, or most balanced at the moment. Hopefully we get something going on with Rayquaza where it gets reworked the way that Groudon works. But you never know. We can be hopeful, buddy, whilst we have a nosy at what these games are going to be like. We're getting ready to kick it off with Thank You Todo taking on Los Duros. I know people love to see both of them teams. Thank You Todo won against Los Duros in the seeding stage here, Cal. They were a 2-1 victory over them. So Los Duros, they did not take it sitting down. They really pushed Thank You Todo to the edge of their capability.
Yeah, they're certainly going to want to get a little bit of revenge and say that this was maybe just a fluke. We could probably take you in this next one. It's going to be obviously a little bit tough. I mean, anytime that you play against a team that is familiar with your play style, we're going to see these 3-game sets because there's a little bit of push and pull that goes on. You might be a little bit more familiar with their draft style and might see some targeted bans. We'll see what this game's all about, though. I'm excited to see it go.
I mean, looking at the other side of things, in the league qualifiers, Thank You Todo were eliminated in 7th place by Los Caracados, and Los Duros were eliminated by Los Caracados at 17th place as well. So both of these teams getting kicked out of those league quals by the same team, but they will be looking to defeat each other here today as we get ready to show you who is in this squad. Thank You Todo has Vic, Loritushi, Brutal Hunter, Indigo, and Voxo. You can see plenty of accolades on the screen there, chat. Really a brilliant team. Brutal Hunter is well known for being one of the best top laners in this region. Personally, I hate going up against him in solo queue, so I'm excited to see what he does in the team here.
It's always tough going against somebody that's very well versed in the game in solo queue. I'm always like dreading it when I match into somebody I know, like it's on a competitive team. Like, I have to go into this guy. Most of the time, it's like ignorance, which is just always never fun to go against. I love playing against them. But let's take a look at Los Duros now and that squad. I'm excited to see this team. Oscitar is definitely one of my favorite players to watch over in EU. We also have Lucian, Danny, Albernoa, and No Way. So a very, very well-versed squad. So I'm excited to see this team in action. Is there any specific comp that you're looking for from either of these teams? Any specific Pokemon that you're looking to watch?
I want to see Danny. I mean, recently she's been pulling out on the Mewtwo Y because of how broken it is. Mm-hmm. But Danny is incredible on Raichu. I want to see some Danny Raichu today. I think Los Duros do best when they build a strong front line that protects Danny, because boy, as far as range attackers go, bro, she absolutely cooks on those Pokemon. So I think that is the root of success, because you obviously have Oscitar, who is so strong. No Way's brilliant defender in as well. So I think they've got the opportunity to build the right comp for them, but you just can never count out Thank You Todo and what Brutal Hunter can do in that squad.
You really can't. And we'll see. This is the 1001. I mean, if those Duros is able to take this set today, obviously you'd love to get in that win column. Again, it's early in the season. There's still plenty of time to kind of get those records up to where you want them before those playoffs, but you certainly do not want to be in a situation where you are sitting 0-2 in the season. So I hate to be the one that says, like, start, like, panic and, like, too soon reactions, but if you go 2, like, that's a tough hole to climb out of in a regular season that's relatively short.
It is. I mean, look, we're both fans of sport, Kyle. We both love the NFL. Like, we know you have to start getting wins as soon as you possibly can. You want to build momentum. And in a season where it's only like 7 weeks, like in the UL Masters here, it is not enough time for you to turn around a season. So the sooner you can start getting wins and keeping in that win column, the better. Starting 0-2 in a league like this with the teams that we have is absolutely not a position that anybody wants to be in. And Los Doros know it. They've had some difficulty in the past few tournaments. They have struggled a little bit, not getting to where they expect to go. So they know they need to start getting some wins under their belt. And they're very capable of doing so.
Yeah, going back to some of this most recent patch. We have a little bit of time. I think we're waiting for one player. So I want to take a little bit of time to maybe talk about the Indomitable Spirit, what a name, and some of the Pokemon that we got some buffs to, because obviously there's been some changes here and there. Some Pokemon, we talked a little bit about what got nerfed, but we haven't really talked about what got buffed. And a Pokemon that I'm really interested to seeing tonight, we saw it over in Underdunk, over in NA a few different times, and that's Garchomp.
Yes.
Garchomp got those defense buffs, and it's just one of those Pokemon that was very close to being relevant in the top lane with its current stat, and there's still some people that would break it out every once in a while. But when you have a buff like it had to Garchomp, we saw it put up some absolute numbers the other night. So wouldn't be surprised if we start to see this Garchomp getting taken out.
Especially with both of these two teams, they both have Garchomp players on them. So I would not be surprised to see that come into the game, buddy. Also, we saw a Tinkaton buff. Like, Come on, finally. Some action for a Pokemon that never gets used. I hope we see it in this league. MTZ Esports have brilliant Tinkaton players. Amara has been using Tinkaton before, so I'm hoping we see some of that action here in the league. I'm going to ignore the Darkrai buff because, the less said about that, the better. But my favorite thing in this patch, and I cannot wait to see how it actually affects these tournaments, is the fact that Zacian and Blaziken lost their unstoppable, Kyle. So it's hindrance resistance now. That is absolutely game-changing.
It really is, because those are some of the best secure tools in the game, which is why we saw teams look to take that, especially in competitive. I mean, it still worked pretty okay in solo queue, but in organized play, having those unstoppables in those big moments when there's a contested objective might not be so easy anymore. So, we might see those things, come back down to parity a little bit. Regardless of how many times Zacian has been nerfed in the past, it's always seemed to still find a way to be one of the best top path Pokemon. Always tended in those big tournaments like in UCS or any of the in-person events to have a 55-60% win rate. So I'm excited to see if this is actually going to bring it down to parity with some of those other teams or some of those other Pokemon. You talked about Tinkaton, some of those other two Pokemon that I think might make a little bit of a splash. Ceruledge, we saw a little bit. We'll see if that actually make its way, if that buff was enough to bring it up. I think Trevenant, though, when we talk about defenders, talk about the changes to EXP share and how experience is spread out. I think Trevenant has benefited from that. And then also this most recent buff, I think Trevenant its stocks are up. I feel like we're going to see at least a little bit of it today.
That's going to be scary for this region as well. We've got some pretty damn good Trevenant players here in this region. Chat, we are just going to head to a quick break. We're just waiting for someone to sub in, I believe. So please just bear with us. We're still dealing with some technical issues in Pokemon Unite. We'll get back to you as soon as we can. Go grab yourself a drink or a snack. We'll be back with you very shortly. Alrighty, we're back. We're ready to go, I believe. Cannot wait to see what this first game brings us, Kyle, especially considering both of these teams play a lot of the Pokemon that were buffed in this patch.
Yeah, I mean, we just talked about which ones got buffed. I think also like another thing that we'll probably see a bit of, we saw a ton of it during the regional league play, but that's Psyduck. I was very like surprised to see that Psyduck got buffed considering how well it performed during the regional leagues, but it's neither here nor there. We're in game number 1. Los Duros gonna be on your purple side. Thank you, Toto. Gonna be on your orange side. Already getting some of the bands underway. Mega Gyarados gonna be hitting the chopping block for game 1.
Also, Darkrai, I'd be very surprised if Darkrai gets through at all today. It's incredible. It was already good, and now with these buffs, incredibly strong. So definitely meta at the moment. I don't think we need to talk much more about Meowth either. Like, bro, nerf that Pokemon, please.
Please. I was actually like really surprised. I wasn't surprised that it wasn't nerfed. Because it's, the license journey and all that fun stuff that we've talked about until we're blue in the face. But either way, like, it's, way too strong. I would be very surprised if we see it at all today. Mimikyu is also a Pokemon that got buffed, not in this most recent patch, but a patch before. And teams, like, when there's an enemy Mimikyu that is very good on that Pokemon, it's still a very good ban.
Yeah, I think Mimikyu stocks have gone through the roof recently. We see it a lot in these games, and I think knowing who you're coming up against, I think that ban does make a lot of sense. Let's see what they put as the most important first pick here. Blastoise is still ruling Faya Sky Ruins, and of course that's going to be the first pick.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it, right? It was the most picked Pokemon in the league so far, and we talked that if it's on the table, you probably need to just pick that in that first pick slot. But there are a couple of really strong Pokemon on the other side for that 2-3 slot. Vaporeon, Psyduck, Mewtwo Y, all of them would be fantastic picks. They are lining up the Psyduck, and with the buffs, I'm not super surprised.
Yeah, it's a good counter there by thank you, Toto. Let's see what Danny wants to pull out. Miraidon is what I'm expecting, having the Mewtwo Y taken away from her, and that's what they're going to lock in with a Blissey as well, Kyle. What a fantastic core that they've just got for Los Duros.
Yeah, not only are you taking a Blissey away from Mewtwo Y, but you're also pairing that with the Blastoise, which I think is super beneficial because one of the things that Blastoise can struggle into is something that has really strong crowd control, thinking like Buzzwalls. This Machamp would also be a good fit, but if you have Blissey that has a safeguard on it, you kind of completely ignore any of that crowd control. And Blastoise kind of just goes in for free with a big engage. You could surf people into your team. There's a lot of options when you have a Blissey Blastoise core.
Do you like the look of Louisian getting the Talonflame? Oscitar's going to pull out Lucario here. Mega Lucario being banned. Still, though, very strong top laner. Not any doubts around that Pokemon. Let's see what thank you Toto want to go with here because Ceruledge has been buffed. Bro, I played a game on it yesterday. I dropped 145k damage. I love that Pokemon.
Yeah, it was like always just kind of like just on the outskirts of being relevant, similar to that Garchomp like we talked about. I saw it a bit on Thursday during our Underdunk on our grassroots for North America, and it landed one of the fattest Revenant Wrens to secure an objective, and I'm like, all right, I see the vision with this thing. Still super fun. It's got a great kit with it. The Phantom Force is really cool. Allows for a lot of counterplay, especially when you have a Speedster on the other side. I love that ability to be able to kind of dodge some of these Talonflames.
Yeah, that's going to be great. I fully expect the Phantom Force to be the play here. Whether it's going to be Bitterblade or not is the other question, because both moves are really good on Ceruledge at the moment. I use the other one, but it's all about having that get out of the way ability. I think Louisian has an interesting job here, because they want to be shutting down Gunnar on that Mewtwo Y, but Vox shows on the Umbreon. We can probably expect to see a submission from Vic, and then of course Lauritucci is going to have access to that Phantom Force. So not easy targets to find, and the way that you can get trapped in the backline is going to be a tough one here for Louisian.
I still do really love the counterplay that a Talonflame offers against that Mewtwo-I. Obviously, Mewtwo-I incredibly powerful, but if you try to lock on that Psystrike on that Trevenant, or not on that Trevenant, on that Talonflame, another T Pokemon, you're able to just fly and negate all of what it's wanting to do with those Psystrikes. So I really do love that counterplay option, and it also is able to get through whatever that front line is for Thank You Toto and just pounce on it with that fly. I imagine that we're going to go fly, but you never know. Maybe we will see a Brave Bird. I think that's still pretty strong.
Either way, though, it does mean that realistically, Thank You Toto is going to have a lot of things to deal with, allowing Danny to do what Danny does best, sit in that back line and drop a lot of range damage over onto Thank You Toto. So they do have their work cut out for them here. I think both of these comps are completely viable, and I'm excited to see how this one goes as we kick it off here, chat. Lost Hero on your purple side, Thank You Toto on your orange side.
So we're going to see this Squirtle for Los Dodos kind of being in that same, like that true defender slot. We do have a little Machop that is might be a little bit late to the party. We'll see what's going on with that in a second. But first we are going to fight over these Bunnelbees.
Yeah, it's not an easy lane to go up against either. If they can limit Voxshow on the Umbreon, it will be much better for them. But as soon as they get that Evo, that is going to be a tough task as they get the focus band off No Way.
Yeah, that's a big thing. So 90 seconds it will have it back, which means really this first fight, maybe even first two fights, Squirtle will not have it. So they'll have to play a little bit more cautious. We have Oscatar looking for these stacks in early with this Lucario. Talonflame also diving in on Indy. Gonna try to get to safety now because that Psyduck still packs a bit of a punch early.
It really does, and it's quite happy to take it itself. The HP pool's not that bad on that Pokemon so early on. Aquabatics, though, is going to do what needs to be done to allow that taken, and Rops finally on the Blissey as the 850s come on in. It is Bitterblade coming out from Ceruledge here as Laura looks to find the KO, but they just managed to escape them.
Might have been maybe a little bit of a misplay there for Lucario, pushing them in those birds into Thank You Toto. I think if you agility into that and then push them with that Meteor Mash on the outside, or start quick attack. That might have been a little bit of a better replay, maybe keep it out of the hands of that Ceruledge, but instead, you kind of get this Ceruledge at level 7 or level 6 already, which is not really what you want to see early on.
Nah, especially when it starts to outlevel your own central area Pokemon. They need Talonflame online, looking for the 7 there. Machop, to be fair, still looking for their first Evo, as well as Rops is happy to take all of this damage, waiting for Oscatar to go on in and find the execution back to the Pokemon Center, scoring some stacks here as well. Kyle Bitterblade shows up, but it's a little bit too late.
Talonflame is online now, level 7. They're already making their way through this Regidrago. Great easy secures there for Los Dodos. They're playing with a decent amount of tempo already, and I mean, they got the points in. This Lucario has a ton of stacks. They're also going to take this central area Pokemon with a double KO.
That is everything Los Dodos were looking for. Plenty of stacks on their top carry, and now they've managed to hit the double KO. Louise, it looks like they're going to fall. Citrus Berry taken, and that's the power of Fly.
The power of Fly, just to be able to those situations. However, submission is a great pick here if you're able to capture that Lucario inside, or say outside of the E-Speed combination, or maybe even inside it, I guess, if you kind of put a stop to it. It's going to be something that you're going to have to watch out for if you're Los Dodos.
You've got to be keeping those close eyes on Champsina as they get plenty of stacks here as well, buddy. They're going to be feeling pretty healthy as soon as they hit Machamp. Lucario goes in again. Another submission. Doesn't cut them down, though, as they get the rebound, find the KO again. Ceruledge has to be in this lane to stop the pressure Los Dodos brings.
Ooh, Oscatar making some nice moves there with the E-Speed combo and the Bone Rush, just narrowly escaping the clutches of Indy along with the Ceruledge. Now they're going to try to make their move towards this Regieleki, or Thank You Toto.
Gonna be trying to lock this in. We do have the Lucario. Revenant Rend is gonna be dropped though, and that's a secure for Thank You Toto, and they're gonna get the KOs for their efforts and break this pad before it gets there.
Oh, maybe not.
Oh, no.
It might be a little. Oh, they inted a little bit. 8 points from the Psyduck. I don't think their communication was all right there. I think like Mewtwo did not want to score that. They were looking for maybe just letting it go at that 26, which could have been like a 34-point overcap. Instead, they're going to settle for a 2-point overcap.
That's brutal when Los Duros have given themselves a point lead as well. It could have cut that down. And I do like the response from Los Duros at the moment, knowing they were losing that top lane. They've tried to take the central area. They get pushed on up. Does Thank You Toto. That's free in the middle of the Hydra pump. There's a Typhoon.
Oh my.
Sweep is going to come through. Buys the space for Los Duros. And they finally find the KO on Ceruledge. It is back and forth here, Kyle. But they do come out feeling rosy.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit of a hands in the cookie jar moment there. They certainly wanted the KO on the Ceruledge, but they trade it for giving the KO to the Machamp, which is now level 10, kind of taking over the spot as that level leader for Thank You Toto. But the thing I'm like very impressed with is no way on this Blastoise. That was like a 3-person surf that really kicked that fight off and allowed Los Duros to find those KOs.
I tell you what, a little bit earlier on that Hydra Typhoon as well, and I think all of them would have been taken out. That was a brilliant amount of pressure from No Way as Danny continues to drop the enhanced charge beam. We have a bottom objective about to spawn in. Thank You Toto desperately want this as they try and get the zone in from Umbreon already, but Los Duros, they're here.
Yeah, pulling them in with that Psychic from Psyduck. Enhanced Charge Beam is going to send a Pokemon scrambling towards that T1 goal zone. Blastoise does have a Unite move, so really look out for this one.
Oh, there goes Infinite Sideburn as well. Who's going to lock it in? The Flame Sweep came through! Was it the Flame Sweep? No! It is going to be the Revenant Ren from Ceruledge as Thank You Toto are going to clean up the objective and push the pad for what they thought was going to be an overcap, but they ain't quite got the point.
They have a little bit of points. They could go it with the Umbreon, but I think they're going to instead try to prioritize their own stacks and maybe take this EXP off the map first. That way those birds will spawn closer to them that next time. There's also the couple of ejectos up, right? You have that Regieleki in the top path. There is also this Regidrago that no one's quite getting in position for. Again, teams are really prioritizing capturing those wild Pokemon and getting their experience up at this time.
Such a close game as we're not too far away from the final objective. This Regieleki here, Danny trying to see if they can lock that in. Laura has come to get the secure with the Ceruledge. They dive through yet again. Is that Revenant Red again? That is incredible from Laura. That's going to lock in the Lecky with Bright Future Meteor Storm, though, buying the space for Los Duros. Doesn't find the KOs, but did open up the channel for Talonflame to find the Regidrago.
Okay, well, you have to give a big shout out to Indy right there. Indigo, that Psyduck Unite move might have just saved not only their own life, but also the other 2 Pokemon around it, which could have been pretty big if that Miraidon would have been able to take all 3, if not just 1 or 2 of those KOs. They might be at level 12, closing in at level 13. So that is a big play there, reducing all that damage in that Psy-II.
Loving what we're seeing at the moment as we're 40 seconds away from seeing that final objective. We will have a bottom one as well right now that Thank You Toto are getting really aggressive for. Trying to deal with No Way here is not an easy task. You got 2 defenders going at each other. Thank You Toto decides to retreat back to their pad.
Yeah, they're going to just grab a little bit of shielding before this fight. It's going to be a base. It's going to be that Reggie Roulette. We'll see what it is. A Reg Ice down on that bottom path. We also have only 15 seconds until Kyogre. Or sorry, it's actually Groudon on this map. So 10 seconds until that. So I don't think any of these teams really want to fight over this Reg Ice. Instead, going to fight for a little bit of position. Nice little Bone Rush there from Lucario just to grab a little bit of vision. Psystrike's going to hit the Blastoise, but in a Surf, it's not really going to sun it up.
Here we go, chat. When there's a Groudon, the game is on as we have the rips coming through from Danny already, looking for some good damage onto the side of Thank You Toto. That score is going to keep Los Duros in the lead here as they try and see if they can find a pick. Not able to on the side of Voxshow, having that style to get themselves away right now. Psystrike absorbed by Blastoise as they seem to be quite patient with it here, Kyle.
They're very patient. Psychic's going to pull Blastoise in. They do have a Unite move if things get a little bit sticky. They're dangerously low. They're going to look for it. Infinite Cyber into the Hydro Typhoon. Umbreon's going to steal all those shields, though.
Oh, we do see Talonflame dive onto Mewtwo. Why? The eject button fly takes away a huge amount of damage for Thank You Toto. Oscitar in the middle of it. There goes the Aura Cannon. Fox Show does survive. Full power Sai keeping Thank You Toto in this fight, but not before Talon finds them. And it is going to be Laura that finds the rebound fight for Los Duros. Now losing Miraidon and Lucario. It's all down to what they can do with this Talonflame to find the secures. No way opening the door for Los Duros here to get the rest of their team in this fight. The rip continues here, Kyle. Trying to get away from them is Vox Show. They want to lock in this ground on right now. Mewtwo, why is that Talonflame falls? But it's no way! Kyle, there's no way got that!
What an incredible play from this Blastoise. No way indeed, but they're saying absolutely way. They might be able to get a KO here. Nice surf there to take down the Umbreon. Mewtwo as well. That's another double KO. 28 points in, and Los Duros, they're surviving in game one.
Bro, they are on form. We were just talking about how much this Blastoise needs some sort of nerf, but with no way on it as well. That was an incredible way to really defend that objective for your squad, but then just lock it in. You knew that you had to pull the attention of Thank You Toto because they would just rip it otherwise, and I don't think you could have done a better job than what Noe just did.
No, not even a little bit, especially with how Talonflame was utilizing their cooldowns. They used the fly a little bit early, which not only allowed Machamp to kind of escape, because I think they were trying to take out the Machamp who was on super low HP, but that opened the door for Gunnar to land a masterful Psy Strike after that cooldown was still on cooldown. Got the KO on Luis. And yeah, Noe had to make a hero play and 1000% rose to the occasion.
That was brilliant. This is the first game tonight, and that was just so much fun to see. What a way to get the secure. And it just shows, like, people are not banning this Pokemon, Kyle. That's the biggest thing. It continues to be the most played Pokemon in these games, and nobody wants to entertain the idea of taking it away.
Yeah, I mean, it's so good. I mean, there's a reason why Blastoise is first pick, but I mean, we talked about how good this Blastoise is, but you also have to hand it for Danny. The Miraidon plays were great. There was not really a whole lot of damage that they had to take. I mean, great front line from No Way, and then just a lot of like spatial plays from this Talonflame kept the dive away from this Miraidon. So it was just really difficult to get on top of it. Either way, Los Duros taking game number one here. And now it's Thank You Toto. It's kind of on their heels as we take a look at some of these replays.
I genuinely thought that they were managing to find the objective with that flame sweep from Louisian. It was a good effort. But I loved this fight because the way that Louisian locked in on taking out not only their ranged attack on Thank You Toto, but they find the Psyduck as well. They're doing everything they possibly can to take out their main targets in this fight.
Yeah, there's that flame sweep again a little bit early. And this is where they were looking for the Machamp. Machamp able to run away with that submission. So you have to land, and then this is the play. Gunnar with a perfect Psy Strike after the fly lands, but no way. Even better, Hydro Pump is going to take out a Pokemon as well as the objective. Just perfectly executed there.
Bro's got to be proud of that. That goes straight onto the reel for their performances.
For sure.
Like, that was absolutely incredible, buddy. So Thank You, Toto. They are on the back foot. They're not comfortable with that. I mean, looking at where we were last time, I'm just going to double check it. But yeah, Los Duros, they did manage to defeat Thank You, Toto with in fact, Thank You, Toto managed to beat them with a 2-1 record. So right now, if they want to repeat that, they're going to have to go back-to-back really aggressive in these comps.
I mean, you're going to have to, right? I mean, it's just a best of 3, so Los Duros, we talked about, you don't want to go 0-2 in this league, and they're off to a good start here of avoiding that 0-2 start. We do have a little bit of information about, side selection as well as the map. Thank You, Toto. Since they lost, they had the option of side selection, and they're going to choose that second pick. Los Duros going to go ahead and lock in that Kyogre map.
interesting. I love the fact that they get to choose the map here. I mean, it surprises me that we still have people picking Rayquaza over any of the others, Kyle, but I like the fact that not only do you have the opportunity to pick which side you want to go on if you are the loser, but also there's an opportunity for someone else to pick the map. So, bit of an interesting one here. Kyogre, of course, has more bushes on it. We've talked about this multiple times, so it does open the door for some more interesting comps.
Very. We'll see if we allow Blastoise to get through. I mean, if I'm Thank You Toto, knowing that Los Duros is likely going to pick that first again, if it's available, I might just go ahead and ban that thing.
Yeah, there ain't no way I'm going to let that one through right now, buddy, because like Los Duros, they're comfortable with it. I think looking at these so far, sticking with the Megas and, of course, the Darkrai, it's here where I expect slight changes. It was the Meow, so Oscitar's going to stick with that. Let's see if Thank You Toto recognize no way on that Blastoise.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. They did ban that Mega Charizard in the last match, and yeah, it's going to go through one more time. Los Duros has a few options. Obviously, they're probably not going to want to ban their Blastoise outright. So I think Mega Lucario actually fits very well here. Because likely that's a Pokemon that would go in that 2-3 slot. So you just kind of want to ban those next best Pokemon.
There we go. Finally.
There it is.
It only took the power of no way for somebody to realize they need to ban that Pokemon. Let's see what Los Duros go with for their first pick here. Vaporeon is still on the field. They do have some strong defenders that they can go for.
Vaporeon, obviously it did receive a little bit of a nerf, but still quite bulky, offers a lot of crowd control. I think it's still very worthy of that first pick, and Los Duros obviously feels the same. We did get a little bit of a raid while we were in that cast, so thank you, PK Chara. Big raid. Appreciate all of that. But let's get into our 2-3 picks. You have a lot of options once again. I don't think we go Pikachu here, though.
Honestly, I'm surprised some people are playing the Pikachu when you can just go Raichu. It's absolutely bizarre to me, buddy, but they are going to stick with this Mewtwo Y, which I would expect Danny to respond with the Miraidon again. They did what they needed to do in that game. Mew would be very excited. No, there's the safe bit. There's the comfortable bit for Danny.
Yeah, I mean, Miraidon, again, looks really good. Oh, wait. Are we actually going to get the Alolan Raichu? Okay.
Let's go.
This is great. I mean, we talked about, like, what attacker Pokemon are getting a lot of picks. Raichu, like, notably not present. So I am excited to see this Pokemon get picked up. Obviously, I loved the Miraidon. When you don't have as bulky of a composition, I don't think Miraidon does as well. So I do like this pivot to Raichu. Obviously, you have that Blissey to deal with. You're going to have this potentially a Trevenant, but instead they are going to lock in Crustle.
Yeah, they've got a Mr. Mime for Los Duros as well, which is rather interesting. Okay. We hardly ever see that Pokemon. So an interesting strategy here for Los Duros does provide quite a bit of assistance to their squad, especially if you can power swap over onto the side of Danny, because it looks like these all-rounders are going to be their final pick here, and that is one heck of a front line for Danny to be protected from.
Yeah, okay. I thought for a second we were going to go with the Delmines. Instead, we are going to lock in the Trevenant. Looks like it's going to be more of a damage-focused Trevenant. Obviously, rocking that attack weight, but also like this big root. So you have a lot of options here. Maybe we go Curse Hornleech or Curse Pain Split, to kind of self-sustain, but also kind of reduce the amount of damage and redirect to the damage that you receive. So I really do like that, and especially if we are running it more damage-centric, you're going to hit those big power spikes in that late game, and that thing's going to be very hard to take down.
I am loving what we're seeing here. I think Vic on the Mimikyu, this is going to be a difficult job for them to find Danny. That is a huge front line that they have, but not an impossible task on that Mimikyu. We know how quick it can move around this map, but it's all about that Tyranitar Pro Godzilla on the field. I am hyped for that.
I mean, there's a lot of shielding on this side of Los Duros, so I actually think that the T-Tar might have some play. The problem that you always have with Tyranitar, though, is can you survive that early game, allow it to get to level 9? Because sometimes that is an almost impossible task, especially against a really solid team. So if they're able to survive that early game, not lose too much footing by the 5-minute mark or so, you get T-Tar on the field, you get towards that late game, you don't have a huge deficit to make up. we'll see. I am excited to see it. You don't get to see T-Tar every day.
Yeah, I mean, Laura did play it in the seeding stages, production's just confirmed. So it's all about how they share the experience that I'm intrigued to see. As to begin with, did look like they were going into the central area there.
Oh, actually gonna pivot over to the top. So central area will be going over to this Mimikyu for Thank You, Toto. It's gonna be this Mewtwo Y along with the Dwebble down in the bottom path. Already pretty decent secures here. Thank You, Toto getting off to a quick start.
Yeah, it's going to be tough when Vaporeon gets online, though, for them. So they've got to capitalize on that as much as they can. Up in the top side, though, sneaking in some scores already is going to be Indigo.
Yeah, sneaking in a score, also stealing a Citrus Berry. So it's a pretty good start there. They're also going to pivot towards this bunny. Might be a little bit of a distraction for this Mr. Mime, but you'd love to get this Larvitar level 5 as soon as possible.
Ooh, they may have been able to find a little bit of a misplaced Pokemon here as they tried to get through. It took so much to take down that Phantom, but here comes No Way, and they're comfortable on Vaporeon at this stage, but they do have to retreat as 850s come on in. Kyle pulled away here by the Combusken. Trying to lock it in is Vic, that Mimikyu. Such a strong power spike at level 5.
I mean, if you're able to win this 3v4, you've already found 1 KO. If you can make it out with maybe not losing anybody, as I say, that Blissey does go down. But still, I think it's a lot of value that you were able to still find off of that 1 KO. But also in the bottom path, it looked like Thank You, Toto did a pretty decent job kind of holding their own, kind of bullying 2v1 down there.
It's all about the rush for experience here. Can Blaziken get online before we see anything from that Tyranitar? They've managed to hit Pupitar at the moment. Desperate for a little bit more as we have the Regidrago about to come on in.
Oh, almost with the secure there from Mimikyu. Instead, a better place Mr. Mimewall to prevent that from going in. You do finally get this Alolan Raichu online, which was a little bit delayed. Mewtwo Y is going to Mega Evolve, but Alolan Raichu should be able to get away from it. I believe that was an X attack popped. Going to hit that Psy Strike into the Vaporeon, and that's a lot of damage. They actually blocked the Vaporeon.
And it's still, they managed to survive back to the pad using the dash move. I mean, you've done everything you possibly can on the side of Thank You, Toto, and they still can't find the KO on Vaporeon just yet. Looking to lock down Vic, though, is Los Duros, and they do find Mimikyu opening up the door for the secure on Regidrago.
Yeah, kind of caught in a blender there. I would have loved to see Mimikyu maybe make a pivot towards this Regidrago. They could have probably gone there, but I believe they might have been just trying to get some stacks in, thinking that Los Duros was making the play for the Regidrago. Unfortunately, it was too late once they figured out they were defending that T1 goal zone. Overheat, though, one of the best secure tools still, despite the nerfs.
Yeah, I mean, Voxo was trying to show face, but there ain't nothing you can do when Louisian gets it to the perfect amount of HP for them to secure it. Diving in is No Way here as well, but again, the wall is going to be up. They have to use their eject button.
This is, again, kind of what we were talking about. Your Tyranitar still kind of stuck on level 7, so those Duros starting to hit their power spikes. Can we get this overheat in time? Again, fantastic secures, and this is kind of what you're worried about if you're Thank You, Toto.
Fact is, even though, you know, you don't have that unstoppable anymore on the side of Blaziken, still one of the best secures in the game with that move. That's why we will continue to see it as the Lecky will walk into that T1 pad. Going to be broken here by Los Duros, taking over 140-point lead at the moment, but they want to bite off a little bit more. The walls go up. It is going to be the Thunderstorm Aerial that keeps Danny alive with literally no HP on that bar.
I don't see any. There's not even a sliver on that bar. I don't know where that HP was. I guess the silver lining, if you're Thank You, Toto, is breaking that goal zone with a kind of a minimal overcap from Los Duros does open up a lot of experience on your side of the bottom map, which has already been mostly gobbled up here. And this Pupitar getting dangerously close to evolving. I think if they're able to get this 30 points in, that might get them ever so close.
Oh, I thought they were
still not enough.
Then, buddy. Very close to 9. They don't manage to find it just yet, but with that KO, they'll be able to find some in their lane. This is all about Thank You, Toto managing to survive the early game. Now, 100 points isn't that much difference in a game of Pokemon Unite, especially with the T1 still up for Los Duros. So they have the opportunity to get back in this with the Infinite Cyburn coming on through. Overheat is ready to cut the Regice. It is locked in by Los Duros, and they want to take the fight for it as well. Finding Vic, Thank You, Toto are definitely on the back foot here.
I did like that play from Oscatar, kind of walking up and blocking that side strike. It locked onto him instead of the Reggie, so that enabled that win there. Now they're going to try to push in towards this T1 goal zone. T-Tar is up, but it's also all the way back down. This Alolan Raichu is looking pretty good. Shadow tagged by the Mimikyu. Better Horn Leech there to protect Danny from Trevenant. Now they're going to look for this T1 score.
Oh, chat, Los Doros have come to play today. They are cleaning up in this top lane, and they want more. As we do see Trevenant here dealing with two from the side of Thank You Toto. Laura's looking to see if they can crush them down using this Tyranitar. But look at how much Oscatar is taking there, Kyle. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I think it's part of the HP recovery buff from that Regice. Certainly doing some work there. Part of it's also just Trevenant, just a bulky monster right now. I believe they were stacking the cookie instead of the attack weight, and they had a couple other defensive items. So it is going to be a very difficult thing to take down. But Thank You Toto moving towards the Regieleki.
Seeing if they can lock this in again. Overheat is in position, but it's not going to be locked in here. Again, the play with me comes through and stops it, allowing Thank You Toto to take that Lecky and get two huge KOs for their effort as well.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you needed if you're Thank You Toto. You finally have something go your way. You have your T-Tar online. You're going to take this objective, and you're also going to be able to break this T1 goal zone with a pretty decent overcap and kind of start leveling up your team. I don't want them to overstay their welcome. They're going to find another K on the Vaporeon, but I like this play of retreating here. There's a lot of EXP on your side of the map. Capture those wild Pokemon. You could defend this T2 goal zone on the bottom side, on the top side. But with that T1 goal zone on the top side for Los Duros, you probably don't have the positioning to take this fight.
No, definitely not. And I do like the fact that they look to go get some more experience here. We're seeing that from Vic as they try and grab that lane farm. We know right now you've got a minute before Kyogre is on the scene. You have to catch up on this level difference. They've got level 13 Raichu on the side of Los Duros. They are managing to slightly catch up because they're well and truly back in this game point-wise.
Yeah, they're getting there close. I mean, less than 100 points is separating these two teams. And you look at the levels right now. I mean, 40 seconds until Kyogre. You look at the levels. You certainly would love to hit level 13 on both Mimikyu and the T-Tar. Would love to see that on Mewtwo. I'm not so sure how realistic it is at this point in the match. But Thank You, Toto. I like their positioning here. They're playing very aggressive for vision and also maybe for an ambush.
Ooh, Oscatar has been spotted, but manages to get them pushed through. The healing from that is going to be huge. Phantom Forest here with a Thunderstorm aerial drop in. This is the fight, but a Tyrannical Rampage comes out, but they're getting KO'd. Blissey falls. Laura is trying to Usain Bolt out of that pit, and now down to the two to defend as Thank You Toto are on the back foot here. Los Doros go for the rip. We've got a good flank coming in from Gunnar here. Can they get the lock onto the Kyogre? Infinite Cyber will come through, but it's going to be the overheat and Blaziken secures for Los Doros.
I was a little bit worried about that Mewtwo Unite coming in. I was like, that's available. That could stun everybody. But Los Duros just was ready to pull the trigger on all of their Unite moves. And Thank You, Toto. They just weren't as ready for it. I don't think that they wanted to set up the ambush, but it just didn't kind of go their way. I think you didn't land the Blissey Unite, which is always tough there. At the 210 mark, you just have to be ready to pull that trigger, use those Unite moves if that fight breaks out. Los Duros, they were ready for it, and Oscatar hit a massive Phantom Forest. That was huge.
That was the perfect setup as well for Danny's Unite move. It worked so clean for Los Duros to just find the KOs that they were looking for there. And I mean, come on, I mentioned about Danny's Raichu. That was so good for Los Duros. They had the front line they were looking for. Thank You, Toto found it so hard to break through Noe and Oscatar. And I do think we have to comment on how good the walls were from Rops as well.
They were so good. They were so good. Mr. Mime is just such a frustrating Pokemon to deal with, especially if your team's lacking some dashes, which they weren't necessarily. You have obviously the teleport from Mewtwo. You have Vic on the Shadow Sneak Mimikyu, so you do have some dashes, but still some of these stationary Pokemon, they tend to get stunned into the walls with that confusion combo. It's hard to maneuver around them. You don't want to burn your dashes. So it's just kind of an annoying thing to deal with, and it certainly played as well as you can on that Mr. Mime.
Alrighty, Los Duros there, managing to get their own revenge on Thank You Toto. They are going to take this with a 2-0 victory, and as we can already see the scores reflecting, it's now a 1-1 for both squads here in this league.
Yeah, we talked about you don't want to get off to an 0-2 start, but 1-1, definitely a little bit better, and both of these teams are now in that same position. With a little bit of advantage to Los Duros with that head-to-head win. These are some of the replays for our game number 2. Early on, all Los Duros.
Yeah, I do feel like we mentioned it, that the Tyranitar just takes so much experience, buddy. I think that's some of the issues that we saw with the Mega Charizard as well, is it just takes a lot to get it to that stage where you can finally start to see an impact. And if Los Duros already have a decent lead by that point, I will say, thank you, Toto. Brilliant effort to get themselves back. Oscar here, you called this. That is a great block to stop Gunnar securing that.
I mean, that's just what you have to do if you're one of these bulky frontliners. And we talked about it in the draft. They had so much bulk. Obviously, the Vaporeon, the Trevenant, the Mr. Mime, even the all-rounder. The only thing that lacked a little bit of bulk was Danny. But when you have that much bulk, she was able to do so much in that back line just to provide so much damage. I mean, you saw that Shadow Sneak there. We talked about it, but Oscar was playing out of his mind all game.
Yeah, what a way for Los Duros to bounce back. They tried their best last week, unfortunately wasn't for them. It's just incredible, isn't it? And then you've got Showtime and the Thunderstorm Aerial. There was what can they do? You have a Tyranitar in their Unite move having to run away, bro.
I mean, you land an all 5-person Phantom Forest. I mean, again, we just talked about it. You're just ready to use the Unite moves. It's just perfect crowd control chaining from Los Duros. They were ready to use it. You just didn't have enough from Thank You Toto during that fight. And I loved the play. The ambush was almost perfectly set up, but Los Duros was ready for it. You don't send any of your squishier Pokemon into harm's way. You just kind of let those bulky Pokemon take a lot of the beating, and they survived it. They even just survived it. They thrived in it.
That they did. They did the Uno reverse card over onto Thank You Toto. We are going to head to a break, chat, while we get the next game ready to go. If this one is anything to go by, you won't want to miss any of the action today. Grab yourself another drink and another snack. We'll be back with you very shortly. Welcome back, trainers, for some more action here in EUL Masters. We've got WeWork Esport Gear. I always get that, honestly.
Yeah.
I did a YouTube video on a review of this region. I could not say that name at all, Kyle.
The tongue twisters are certainly never fun. That's how I feel about like some of the newer Unite moves. I'm like, what the heck is this thing called again? Zip, zap, full chart. Okay, no, I'm not saying all that. Like, Rework Esport Gear, Supernova. This is going to be a good matchup from what we have in our little note sheet. So Rework won against Supernova in the seeding stage 2-0. And then in UCS, Rework actually fell down early and finished 17th, getting eliminated by MTZ Esports. So it's going to be a good team that we're going to be watching here of Rework Esports.
Here's their squad, as you can have a nosy. We've got Ryotari, Skull, TT Bone, Iklas, Beach, and Classics that reigns out Rework Esport Gear. Also, that's the past 3 teams that have been on stream that lost to MTZ Esports in the qualifiers. So that is crazy.
I mean, that's why they're qualified, right? I mean, I guess it's not MTZ Esports, Los Catocados now. Is that the?
It's so confusing because you had MTZ Esports and you had Los Catacados, and then they created Los MTZ, and now you have MTZ Esports and Los Catacados again. So it's kind of 2 teams that became 1 team, and there's now 2 teams. So it's quite confusing, mate.
Hey, it's EU, baby. NA is the same way in some ways because we had a very similar situation because now we have Lunex Gaming and then which was the Goofy Goobers, and then they went to Lunex Gaming, and then now Lunex Gaming picked up Scripted, and now Lunex Gaming is now Lunex Academy. So yeah, 1000% feel you on that. Sometimes it's definitely a little bit confusing getting that all together. But let's take a look at Supernova here and who fills out this squad.
We got V, Vic, Dalim, Lola, and Ware for Supernova here. For Supernova, only Vorti and Glass played in UCS 2026. They were eliminated by Thank You Todo in the qualifiers. Teeps, it's Teps. Okay, which ones? We're just getting confirmation from production. I think the V is... the profile's not updated. So Teeps is in there as well for Supernova. This is an interesting one because Supernova, they haven't won a game just yet, so they're looking to bounce back in this week. But Rework, Esports, Gear, and Core are considered 2 of the biggest teams here, Cal. So this is not an easy task.
I mean, this could be a good matchup. I mean, we saw, like, the last matchup that we had, there's a little bit of, maybe not bad blood, but there's certainly a little bit of sparring that went on because you never want to lose to a team twice in a row. So you obviously want to get a little bit of a run back. And both of these teams kind of in the same position that we saw in the last game. One team 1-0, the other 0-1. You certainly don't want to go 0-2. We talked about that before. Rework Esport, they want to go 2-0. It's a very good position to be in, especially since it's only a 7-week league. So 2-0 would be a fantastic start.
So I've had confirmation that the person with that V name is Borty. Borty, if you're in chat, I want to know why, bro. Why? Why is your name like that? But here we go. Let's have a look at what this draft ban is going to be and what route Rework Esport Gear want to take. Looks like Mega's out of the gate.
All right, yeah, Mega Lucario, obviously a very strong pick. You don't really want anybody, kind of terrorizing the top lane with that Pokemon, especially once it gets that level 9. Blissey, we saw it get picked a couple of times in that last set. I always love a good Blissey play, but I'm even a bigger fan of getting it banned out here in competitive play. It really enables one of those stronger top lane picks.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you. I think it's a Pokemon that can be paired with anything and get something out of it. You've got the heals, and you also have the prevent CC build as well. So I think always going to be a strong ban. Mimikyu gets banned here by Rework as well. We've seen the rise of Mimikyu recently, especially with the buffs it had a couple of patches ago. So knowing that you're coming up against a comp, trying to build a comp that Mimikyu can build well against, I like this play by Rework.
I mean, these are very standard. I don't even call them standard bans, but they're kind of what you'd expect. Obviously, Blastoise still on the table, Vaporeon as well. I imagine those Pokemon will go probably 1 or the 2 slot. I think Vaporeon still, we saw it in the last game, very worthy of it, but instead we are going to see Mega Gyarados hit the Thea Sky Ruins. Well, I guess the Thea Dry Ruins. We do see Groudon in the center area. We'll see that coming up here in the first game.
Yeah, this is interesting. Of course, we've seen the nurse, but I still think very, very strong. This is what I was talking about, right? Imagine getting a double of Vaporeon and Blastoise, bro.
Yeah, you get the Blastoise and Vaporeon, but you trade it for that Mega Gyarados. So we'll see what actually comes out ahead of that trade. It's like trading like a first round pick for like a known commodity. We'll see what happens. He also gives Suicune and Mewtwo Y for Rework Esport. Man, there are some power picks hitting the Thea Sky Ruins in game 1.
This is crazy. Oh my god, Borty pulls out Gengar Supernova. I love you so much. Teeps here with the Darkrai that we already know is incredibly strong right now. Classics is going to pick up that tried and tested Psyduck. I'm just waiting for production to be like, we're going to have to redo this draft because I can't believe what Supernova are picking.
I mean, yeah, we got double Speedster. We'll see how that goes, though. I mean, there's not a lot of, like, super squishy targets on Rework Esport outside of the Mewtwo, but the Mewtwo, like we talked about before, does pretty decently into Speedsters because of that Teleport and the Psystrike, which can stun and slow, so I don't know. I mean, I'm not so sure about the double Speedster. I mean, I guess we'll see how it goes, especially when you have things that can reduce damage, like the Psyduck. You know, you have Pawmi, who can, you know, I guess it goes unstoppable. There's a lot of like really good things working for Rework Esport, so I'm a little bit worried of Supernova here.
Yeah, I mean, none of those Pokemon other than Nicholas strikes me as an easy target for these speedsters. Maybe the Darkrai because it does have some capability of handling all-rounders. Gengar, very much not, especially if Botti goes for the Dream Eater. But I think even with the Hex build, it's going to take quite a lot to deal with those all-rounders that are quite happy to take that damage, especially on the side of, that Pawmot. So it's an interesting decision here. Let's see whether it plays off for them, Kyle.
Yeah, Psyduck also, we talked about it earlier, it got a lot of play during the UCS week, and then now it's getting a buff. So it's a very strong Pokemon. We saw Bubble Beam, which I love. I think that's my favorite set to play. It adds that extra little bit of damage for some Pokemon that do a little bit of range damage. So I think that pairs really well with that Mewtwo. So we get those bubbles on the enemies and then break them with those Mewtwo auto attacks. It's going to be a lot of stuns and a lot to deal with for those two speedsters.
Let's see how the early game goes, because Supernova have balanced their comp quite comfortable for it. Whilst Blastoise does need 3 stages of Evo, it's very strong in the lane from that Squirtle stage.
We're going to see Clefairy head to the top path by themselves, so a little bit of a dual central area clear for Supernova. And we're going to send this Blastoise down to the bottom path, but pretty good secures here for Supernova a little bit early.
This is so interesting. We haven't really seen any teams capitalize on the EXP changes here. You've got 2 speedsters with a central area clear just to try and share out that experience as much as they can.
And it's a little Clefable or Solo Clefairy right now trying to get some last hits. However, they might go down to the hands of this Magikarp. If they go down, that could get the Gyarados online super quickly. But they do get both Citrus Berries. Unfortunately, they still go down, and Magikarp gets the KO, Tano.
Bro, they're going to be Gyarados just after the 9-minute mark. They just got to use a little bit more effort. And there we go. At 8:56, a huge power spike for Esport Gear.
Oh, a nice little jump here from Pawmo onto the Darkrai. Very low, but just enough healing from that Clefairy. It's going to keep them upright. Haunter with the combination, but Pawmot too strong. A little full heal there to avoid the Darkrai, but no harm, no foul here for Rework Esports.
Hex is such a good shout here as well. I like this play from Borty because Dream Eater just ain't going to work in this comp whatsoever, but you do have some rip capability, and if you can use those iframes perfectly, it's not going to be easy to take them down as Esport Gear here, trying to see if they can steal something with Classics, but they're zoned out by where?
And Vaporeon versus Psyduck, water types fighting in the central area before this Regidrago. Darkrai, though, getting dangerously low and does go down to this Gyarados.
I mean, what more could you want from your Gyarados in this game so far? The early game has gone absolutely their way. They get some stacks, get themselves out of that situation. Regidrago is on the field, but it's rotating to the bottom lane. Nobody entertaining just yet. Looks like Gear want to get their face on it.
And they're pretty much going to be able to get this for free unless Darkrai has anything to say about it. They are going to enter this in. Nice little bubble beam there. Should add some extra damage. Darkrai saw the writing on the wall. They did not want to deal with those two Pokemon.
23 points to 4 right now, so a couple of stacks, but not much for Supernova as they try and see if they can get set up on the side of Gear to get these 720s. Bottom lane definitely going the side of Supernova. They just want to take Borty here before they even go for the farm, but they managed to find Psyduck and get out of all that damage, Kyle.
Haunter almost goes down there, grabs both Citrus Berry, but meets the inevitable Mega Gyarados. Still not a Mega, but still getting those double KOs. Goal Zone at 2. We'll see if they want to go ahead and break this or maybe just grab a lot of this wild Pokemon before taking this Regice.
I like this game so far. We're going to see whether Rework Esports Gear can get both objectives here. We do have a push in from Dalim here, but they're on their own, trying to get some assistance from their heals. It is going to be taken by Esports Gear. If you can get both objectives, you are doing exactly what you want in this game, Kyle.
Hunter's still not evolved, still going down and back to the Pokemon Center, though. So we'll see Rework Esports push this T1 Goal Zone on the bottom, going to break the T1 Goal Zone on the top.
Ooh, Where tries to get in, not able to. She's backed away from the goal here, and it is going to be taken by Esports Gear as they continue to extend their point lead here. They're going to be able to get over 200 points in the lead.
Wow, that's a massive play there. They could even break that T1 Goal Zone on the bottom side, but they actually elect to kind of deprive some EXP from Supernova. However, Psyduck might have bit off a little bit more than they can chew. They're going to try to run away. Suicune, nice freeze there to stall 2 of them, but 4 members of Supernova converging on the duck.
We do now have Gengar on the field. Let's see if they can get anything out of it. The freezes are so on point coming out from Beach here. Supernova looking to see if they can push down into this bottom lane. Thinks they may have been able to caught the Mewtwo, but the teleport gets them out of their Phantom Ambush from Borty here. Gotta find something with this. Can they as they dive on through? They don't just yet. Full power Sai keeps them on the field yet again as Mewtwo, Ickless finds the KOs, and now Supernova, they have to retreat, but Ickless is cooking them, bro.
Gotta hand it to Psyduck right there. Like you said, that Unite move reducing a lot of that damage. Knowing that Gengar was coming in with that Phantom Ambush, perfectly timed there. They hold their own T1 Goal Zone and also get the T1 Goal Zone of Supernova.
Trying to take the farm away from Teeps here as well. This is, it's an interesting move as we see Supernova trying to see if they can defend it. The way Esports Gear is playing here, so aggressive as Pormok goes in, finds Clefable. Supernova just cannot find any of these KOs. There is the full charge going on in. Tips is still on their feet, but Gear have found what they need.
Yeah, those long, weird feet that Darkrai has that you don't often see. But still, you see them every once in a while. But yeah, Darkrai staying alive right there. Looking pretty good right now. Supernova going down S4, looking to secure this Regieleki. Maybe steal it away if they can. There it is. No, Mewtwo hits it with that Psy Strike.
Oh, Where got there as well. She was right on it, but it is going to be locked in by Gear. Every objective they could possibly want is going their way. Teeps looking to see if they can find a KO here as the Infinite Cyburn is going to be used as well. Classics, despite it being a Darkrai, manages to get away. And there's the Endless Ice Spice. Kyle Teeps has to use their eject button as well. They're so happy to take this fight on the side of Beach. They will happily go down. They're only level 9. Supernova haven't got what they need from that.
Big eject there from Darkrai. Otherwise, they definitely go down to those ice spikes. So very well played. They stay upright. They don't yield that KO over to that Suicune. But Rework Esports, they're going to be in position for this Regidrago if they do want to choose it. I think Supernova right now just kind of turtling. They're going to try to capture as much wild Pokemon as they can. Clefable going to try to get those stacks up so they can maximize that healing. I think that you're probably still okay if you're Supernova. You have a lot of healing, both Vaporeon and Clefable, that will really help towards that end game.
Ooh, Phantom Ambush is going to be used here. The last opportunity to do so. Trying to see who their target is going to be. Looks like it's going to be over onto the Suicune. They find it. And now they're going to be able to at least get some much-needed points in the T1 pad. I mean, looking at the levels, Kyle, Supernova have absolutely kept themselves in this game. Now getting 13 on the side of Gengar.
13 is really big for Gengar, so we have 50 seconds until our objective, and if Gengar can find one of these Pokemon, I think maybe specifically this Mega Gyarados, because right now this Gyarados is looking almost unstoppable, but if you're able to slow this thing down, maybe get a pick off, you know, closer to the objective, you could kind of open the door for a rip on the Groudon, or the Kyogre, I mean. Or is it Groudon? I can't remember which one we selected.
No, we got to see the central. Oh, I've got the draft screen here. It is Groudon, as Galecki is going to be ripped by eSport Gear. That was a conscious decision by Supernova to go back to the home pad, grab some farm, and allow Borty to go rip this Registeel.
I mean, this is a free Registeel right before Groudon. This could be very, very important. You do have all this healing from this Vaporeon and the, or sorry, not the Vaporeon, from just the Clefable this time, because we are flip turn instead of Aqua Ring. But that is still a lot of healing from Clefable, who's gotten a decent amount of stacks in already.
Right now, Gengar not just in the fight. Borty looking to see if they can come through with a flank. Hydra Typhoon's going to be used there. Didn't get enough capitalization off it just yet. Wow. Gengar does come in, finds the Suicune, and they're going to rip the objective right now. As Supernova know the freeze isn't going to be here. There's the Infinite Cyburn coming through. Darkrai is taken down, utilizing the Clefable Wonder Wish. They get the fly. Doesn't get much from it just yet. Diving on in is going to be the Mega Gyarados, and Mewtwo finds the KOs as eSport Gear secure Groudon.
Man, yeah, Rework Esport Gear, they saw the Gengar from a beeline to the central area, making sure that he can't just full rip it for free. So very heads-up play there from Rework Esports. 422, 136 going to be your final in Game 1. And yeah, I mean, you just can't let Borty just rip that. So perfect play there. I love that Mewtwo Y Unite move just to kind of slow that down, but also grab important vision on where the entire Supernova squad was.
I think the difficulty is that they simply just didn't have enough damage on the side of Supernova to find quick KOs for eSport Gear. Look at how strong their all-rounders are there, buddy. Like, as soon as Borty goes to rip that final objective, you can't stop them sprinting at you. Beach, Rio, Skull, it's going to take way too much damage to find those KOs. They are always going to be able to get into that pit.
Yeah, looking at the damage numbers all around Icless, oh my goodness, 76k. Yeah, and this is kind of what we were talking about. Mewtwo Y tends to do pretty well into speedsters, and when you have all this crowd control and frontline damage and bulk to kind of absorb and avoid the damage from those speedsters, you're gonna have a pretty good time. And they certainly did. 76k dealt, like 20-something K taken. So just Supernova really able to get into that backline.
Yeah, I mean, having a Mewtwo Y with only 24k damage taken with 2 species on the opposition, that's tough for you as a team. You know that you've not been able to do your job at stopping that ranged attack on the side of eSport Gear. So they're going to have to go back to the board. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely love them trying a comp like this. Bring it out in a league, see what works for you. Huge shout out to Borty. They know how much of a Gengar fan I am, so I'm always going to be like, yes, thank you. But I just think they didn't quite have the answer they needed to get through the front line and get on that Mewtwo Y.
Yeah, this was early wins for Rework Esport. They got off to that really massive start. This was a moment where I thought Supernova might have been able to turn the tide here, but again, I think you called it out. The perfect Sai in that moment from Psyduck to just avoid a lot of that damage from that Gengar and then enable this push on this T1. Supernova just kind of had to turtle at that moment.
Yeah, I mean, right now you're at the 440 mark. Gear 200 points in the lead. I do like that they kept up with the levels here. They didn't have a massive level disparity at all in this game, so they were finding the experience they were looking for. They just struggled to get the objective. They struggled to score the points, and it was at this moment, if they were a little bit quicker answering to Dalim's Hydro Typhoon here, I think they could have realistically found more KOs instead of just the Suicune and being able to get this rip-off a lot smoother.
Yeah, and that was a good play there from U2I just to make sure that we get the KO on the Darkrai. Darkrai didn't get to use their Unite move in this fight, so I'm not sure if it was canceled or they just couldn't get it off before they got KO'd. But man, if you're able to take Mewtwo in that Unite move, that could have been the game changer, and we might be talking about a Supernova win here.
Yeah, Ickless managed to find a double KO very quickly in that pit as soon as they recognized that Borty was ripping. So if you get that worst nightmare onto Ickless, that's going to change the way that fight ends up being. So going into game 2 here, Supernova are on the back foot. Last time eSport Gear went up against them, they managed to defeat them 2-0.
And we're going to see very similar bands already. We're going to see that Lucario, the mega form of Lucario, and then the Blissey band as well. Blastoise was selected in the last game. They're hovering the Blastoise band, but they're going to pivot over to that Mega Charizard wide, so prioritizing getting rid of these Megas first.
I would be so surprised if we saw a Meowth in this tournament at any point. But I like the tactic from eSport Gear though. Just make them ban it, make them have to ban out the strongest Pokemon in this game. Right now is Mimikyu is going to be their ban. Let's see whether Supernova want to entertain taking out some of these strong picks like that Mega Gyarados.
So I guess we might see a change here. So right now it is a Groudon, but getting word that we are going to have to change it over to Kyogre. Probably, I believe we'll let the draft play out. We'll have to see if that's the play here. So we'll just keep going until we hear otherwise. Okay, did get confirmation. So the draft is going to be the same, but we are going to have to pause to go into the other map that was supposed to be selected, which is going to be Kyogre. So far, we got that Suicune first pick, so you have a lot of options here for Supernova.
Yeah, I mean, Mega Gyarados was banned, so instead of going for the Blastoise or the Vaporeon, they go for the Suicune. And I think one of the few teams that recognize how strong that Pokemon still is, Kyle. We say it all the time, even if Suicune did no damage in this game, you would still pick it up because of that crowd control.
Oh, gonna pick up the Umbreon. I actually really like this pick into a Blastoise, especially if you're able to steal all those shields once it goes into its Unite move. Also love a Miraidon in this pick, especially if we see a lack of a speedster, but we do see the Gengar. Obviously, we're probably not gonna go Dream Eater because Miraidon won't be able to go to sleep in that Hadron engine. We'll see how it goes, but I love this Miraidon pick. I think this is going to set up for a really strong pick for Ickless.
What a comp from eSport Gear here. They've got everything they could possibly want right now. I know, Beach has that all-rounder background, but very much defenderish on the side of Suicune. Is Teeps going to pull out the Cypher? That looks like we've been seeing more Scizor here in this region, Kyle, but I still believe we will see a Cypher from Teeps here.
Yeah, I don't think you could go Scissor against this composition. I think Scyther works really well. It's going to be one of the few things that's going to be able to slow down that Miraidon, and I think that's going to be Teep's job, right? You're going to have to take out that Miraidon before they're able to hit the Blastoise, hit the Clefable, because you see that Cursed Incense on it. It's going to be targeting that Clefable and that Blastoise, really anything that's going to be around that healing. It's going to be kind of its job, and when you're kind of all grouped up like that, that sets up for some massive charge beam combinations.
I think this is a much better comp coming out from Supernova at the moment. Let's see, they've got a lot of crowd control themselves, a lot of assistance they can provide their species in this game at least. But the thing is, eSport Gear, they always bring out a very balanced comp, and that's exactly what they've done again here. Protecting their ranged attacker is something that they do so well. So again, what can Supernova do to limit Ickless? Bordy's back on the Gengar. We do have Teeps now on the Cypher, which I think is a much better pick for trying to get onto Ickless here.
I think that's why you pick Scyther at that moment. I think you're going to have maybe a little bit of a struggle into some of the other Pokemon on Rework eSport Gear, but if you're able to do that one job, that's going to prevent like the snowballing, or it's going to maybe help enable some snowballing on your squad because that means that there's nothing to really slow down the healing from Clefable, which means Blastoise is going to have a very good time. So I am excited to see if Supernova can even this series up 1-1.
Oh, finally take it to a game 3. That would be pretty hype, buddy, because as we've already mentioned, you don't realistically want to be going 0-2 to kick off the league. It's a very short league, chat, not, it's 7 weeks long or something like that. So it's not like you have a lot of opportunities to get yourself in that winning column. And the quicker you can do it, the better, because we will start to see a disparity between these teams as you start to see some teams refuse to lose.
Now we are taking a little bit of time here while the teams get the map changed, because we are going to be on Kyogre. It looks like, yeah, okay. It's going to be exactly the Pokemon that were picked in the draft. We're just going to go into blind picks so we don't have to go through that full drafting phase once again. But yeah, it looks like everything is up to par. Everybody is swapping in the right picks. I don't see any griefing here, so we should be good to go.
You never know, it is EU, bro. But it looks like they're sticking to the rules here as we get ready to kick it off with Kyogre being the map of choice. And no surprise, of course, I think Rayquaza will be left until the very end. But eSport Gear, they already came out kicking in this league in week 1, managing to find those wins. So if they take this, I think they're going to be seen as the team to beat so far, with Thank You Toto losing their set earlier.
I mean, yeah, anytime you're able to get off to those quick starts during the weekly league play, you got to be pretty happy with it. Like you said, after this week, there's only 5 more weeks of play, so we'll see how it goes. Rework Esport definitely would love to close this one out with a 2-0 victory so they can look towards their next matches. But let's get into this one, Tano. Game number 2, Rework Esport Gear on your purple side, Supernova gonna be on your orange side.
Not going to share out the experience. Oh, they are sharing out the experience in the central area again for Supernova. We don't see any team doing this right now. And I kind of like the approach. I mean, it doesn't take much to hit level 5 on Cypher, and then you've got your dual wing beat and you can do what you need to do.
Yeah, you definitely want to hit that level 5 as soon as possible, because Scyther certainly one of the best Pokemon right now in that speedster role. Playing a little bit slow in this bottom path, both teams kind of trading over these wild Pokemon. Clefairy still was able to get 1 stack, but they are going to pay for it.
Ain't gonna work this game, bro, against that adorable Piplup as they do go down. We do have Fletchinder coming into the lane as well. So power spikes on the side of eSport Gear here, but Haunter finally on the field, and Teeps has level 5 as well. I think that makes the matchup a little bit more on the side of Supernova.
Have 3 members up here holding. It's going to be 3v3 for these Altaria family.
They're about to come on in. Let's get ready with a Hex. What I expect to see. What a stun! That was fantastic from eSport Gear.
My goodness.
Beach manages to stun free of Supernova and open the gates for them to score.
Yeah, it's probably not what you want to see if you're Supernova right away. That also means that you might see a little bit of an invade here from this Suicune. Maybe you'll be able to get it. I think it was actually a pretty valiant effort, but unable to get too much done. However, they are going to stick around. Umbreon's also going to join in on the fun. Look to try to take down Haunter, but Haunter's going to get the best of Suicune.
Yeah, I mean, that Hex is pretty ridiculous. As Botty is going to look like they're going to fall here. Mean Look there. They accept their fate. Nearly managing to find Skull, though. Despite it, Teeps looks like they will be able to. Not using the dual wing beat just yet. But this is a back and forth as we've ever seen, Kyle.
Yeah, I mean, you probably are pretty happy if you're Haunter in that moment. You at least found a KO. You've found your level 7, which is super important. You're ever so close to that 9. But more importantly, you're able to find a KO, help that out a little bit. Scyther are going to maybe try to defend this T1 goal zone. Another mean look for this Umbreon directly on the Gengar.
Ooh, they do manage to find Umbreon here as well. Borty's going to have to go on the retreat. I am currently loving the duo between Rio and Beach up here. That combo of the Empoleon and the Suicune has been really difficult for Supernova to deal with crowd control-wise, as we do see a 19 dunk sneaking in here on the side of Teeps, but it looks like they may have been caught despite dancing over. Dual Windbeat will get them the dash they need to get out.
Scyther just has such great mobility. Another mean look for Haunter. It's going to send them back to the Pokemon Center. It was a 4v4, now a 4v3. Defense on for this T1 goal zone. Now there's Psychic right there. Oh, it's actually pulling in closer. Suicune, though, able to eject away. Flame Sweep is going to hit the mark, but it is going to be a couple members of Supernova falling down.
This is so tough. Rework Esport Gear have got everything they need now in this early stage. They've got level 9s on their Empoleon, on their Talonflame, not far off Miraidon either. Power Spikes on their side, still looking for more on the side of Supernova.
Oh, Miraidon's gonna hit their Unite move, Power Spike, and Meteors falling directly on Haunter. Probably not the way Supernova drew it up. Scyther, though, gonna try to close out this Regieleki. They do. Nice surf here from the Blastoise. Clefable getting caught in a blender. Miraidon sending them back to the Pokemon Center. Supernova gonna pull in this Empoleon. That's a great play there, but no real follow-up.
Oh, if they had some damage there, they could have found the KO. But now you're not going to complain about this on the side of Gear. They managed to get the Regi steal. They defend that Regieleki as well as scoring more points. Really, everything's gone their way so far. Let's see if Supernova can defend this T1 pad. There's the electric terrain down. Enhanced charge being paired with a fly. Is going to find the Clefable.
Oh.
Here comes Gengar. Does manage to find the Empoleon. Not losing any health just yet. Esport Gear have to retreat.
This is a good eject play for Gengar, too. And now they have the cooldowns reset. They can wait a little bit longer, but the Charge Beam, a little bit of lollipopping, and still going to take down that Psyduck. We're going to defend this T1 goal zone. It's going to be 4 members of Rework Esport Gear kind of hovering, looking for a way in.
Bro, Ware must be fuming after that. She must be fuming after being just out of that range, but not. Oh, the amount of times I've complained about that in this game. But nevertheless, Rework Esport Gear do have all the advantage on their side. Still looking for a couple of Unite moves on the side of Supernova. Blastoise ever so close, not quite there yet. Same with their supports as well.
And Gengar's gonna capture some wild Pokemon on the top side of the map since that is available to them. No real objectives coming right now. 30 seconds until that basement objective. Talonflame was looking for a little bit of a cheeky score, but in the bottom path, this Miraidon's looking pretty good, and we also have the Empoleon putting in some heavy lifting.
This is pretty huge for Esport Gear. Again, managing to leave this on 6. Making the decision to leave that open at the moment. Does get a freeze onto Gengar. Hydro Typhoon will come through. Now they've managed to find Empoleon. Endless Ice Spikes connects as well. And despite the fact that Supernova had an advantage, it's shut down by the crowd control of Esport Gear.
I was telling you, man, I feel like this was a fantastic game for Miraidon. It just almost goes unchecked. Another triple KO. Unless this Scyther can really slow it down, which it doesn't seem like it's made really any headway in that objective. So I think this Miraidon, the damage numbers that we're going to see out of this Pokemon are going to be absolutely bananas when it's all said and done. We'll see how it goes in the end game. Another play here for this Empoleon as they take down Gengar once again.
It's just another example of, I mean, that is going to be taken by Supernova, but it's another example of how the crowd control is so difficult for Supernova to break through. Gengar can't get through it. The full heal just isn't enough in this game anymore to be that effective. Too many routes of crowd control for Esport Gear.
Going to defend this Regieleki from walking into the T2. Rework Espawn not really on their enemy side of the map except for this Umbreon. Gonna pull it in a little bit closer with that Psychic. Umbreon likely going down here. That's 4 members of Supernova. Said, baby, why don't you come over? The Red Wine Supernova falling into him.
Regidrago will be taken by Rework Esport Gear. 200 points between these two teams as we're about a minute away from seeing Kyogre on the field. Lola has been caught out, instantly eliminated there.
Yeah, it's a nice play. 221-24. We have a minute left until Kyogre. And we're looking at the levels right now. Despite kind of being down in the point game, Supernova not looking too bad. You definitely would love to get some more levels on this Blastoise, but level 13s on your big carries is pretty nice. However, you're going to lose that Psyduck Unite move pretty late.
Yeah, I don't know whether we're meant to do that. The sitting still for a second after it kind of tells me that was an accidental Unite move. 40 is caught in the mean look. This is just going to allow the enhanced charge beam to come through. And Nicholas to find the KO. Teeps finally get some attention onto them. They're going to get away. No, they're found by the side of where they sacrifice themselves for that KO.
And they also get a little bit of Unite move charge for the Psyduck as well. So you definitely love that. Oh, and Empoleon's going to have to dash away because 3 members of Nova were kind of collapsing on them. You look at Miraidon, still down and won't be there at the beginning of this Kyogre fight. So Supernova might look to take a little bit of position, and Blastoise is going to get mean looked into the Empoleon. That's the Hydro Typhoon.
Gotta dive in here. There's a green illusion dive from Teeps as they go through, but it's the fly that comes in from Skull and finds the double. Kyle, that's ridiculous. They've lost Blastoise. They've lost Cypher. Balti goes down and Rework Esport Gear are gonna get an ace on Supernova.
That was kind of what I was worried about. And here comes the secure on this Kyogre. Blastoise make one effort to get in, but Suicune gonna close that one out. Rework Esport gonna likely take this one 2-0 unless something crazy happens.
Yeah, I mean, 120 on the clock. I think with these points, I mean, this is why we love these new buffs, though. It's not a secure win anymore. If you lose a team fight after it and lose the buffs, it ain't gonna go your way. But right now, Esport Gear are finding more KOs. Full power Sai doesn't do what needs to be done just yet, as Balti is gonna fall as well. Rework, I think they're winning this game.
Yeah, they're gonna try to push them away. Fortunately, just too many people sitting on that T1 pad. Blastoise, last man standing. One final defensive stand coming, but a lot of points in tow. Points raining in, 703-24. That's going to be all she wrote here in our round 2 matchup. Rework Esport going to close this one up 2-0 and move to 2-0 on the season.
Teams are keeping a close eye on this squad. They're showing themselves to be one of the strongest here. I will say, I'm impressed with how Supernova managed to keep themselves in this game with the levels. Despite losing a lot of these team fights here, Kyle, not once did they have a huge level disparity between Esport Gear and Supernova.
Yeah, it's not the best showing. I definitely would love to see something else happen, but I'm mostly interested in seeing what these damage numbers are like for this Miraidon. I mean, honestly, this Empoleon put in a lot of heavy lifting. We don't often see Empoleon get played, but I think this Pokemon is still pretty strong in its own way, and it certainly put on a good showing here in Game 2.
I'm going to call 120k.
Yeah, it might be that.
Let's see. That's my call.
I was gonna say like 98.
Oh!
Well, we were pretty close. We were like, that's like in the middle of what we both said. So
we're cooking. You know what, bro? We know something about this game. I think 30% of your team's damage, but just look at the damage taken. That's the biggest thing. That is ridiculous. I mean, even on the side of Beach, who is on Suicune, they couldn't get any damage onto them.
Yeah, Teeps did a lot of things really well, and when they could get in, it looked really good. The Scyther looked good, but the problem is you have to deal with the mean look, you have to deal with all the freezes, and then even on the back end, Empoleon was always right there to kind of be that last line of defense for Ikelis, and man, yeah, I mean, it's just really tough when you have all that crowd control and all that damage from some really good players.
Hashtag buff full heal, chat. We need to get that trend in somewhere because it's absolutely ridiculous the amount of crowd control in this game and not really any route for them to get away from it on the side of Supernova. Mean looks were so on point by Classics.
Yeah, I also was very interested in why we're picking Clefable into this composition when you don't have a whole lot of Pokemon outside of the War Turtle that really benefit from a lot of healing. Obviously, very low HP pools on both Gengar and the Scyther. Would have loved to see maybe something a little bit more tanky to kind of deal with it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's so many options, but yeah, Clefable just didn't feel like it was providing the value. That was that moment there with the lolly popping from Miraidon. Certainly was out of range in the visual, but who knows? I don't know, man.
Bro, the hitboxes in this game are just ridiculous. But I'm absolutely with you. I think maybe, don't go with a healer at that stage. If you want to take the route that they've taken, you need something tankier. I'm 100% with you. I think if Lola isn't going to be able to do too much in regards to healing in that squad, I want to see some more tank. And that fly, bro, that was brilliant from eSport.
Yeah, those are good Blastoise Unite, but just an even better fly from the Talonflame. Yeah, I mean, when you play double Speedster, you don't really benefit too much from a healer. Obviously, Blissey would have been great if, it wasn't banned because you can use that Blistle assistance, and it's kind of more of a enchanter instead of a healer. It could have worked really well, but yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of really hard to say what they could have done differently. Maybe not a double Speedster comp type. I just feel like Speedsters, I mean, you look at some of our most picks. Like Speedster's like the least pick role right now, and a double Speedster into all these all-rounders that are really good, into the Miraidon that seems to just be fully protected from everybody. Just kind of like putting yourself up against like up against the run. I don't know, like it's just really tough to deal with all those Pokemon.
It is. There's only a handful of speedsters that do okay currently in this meta, as we've already seen, but I think Talonflame's one of them. Gengar just isn't. And as much as I'm always going to be a fan of seeing a Gengar in Pokemon Unite, but I just think, despite the fact that they did manage to find some good KOs, having that paired with the Cypher and then what they built around it just didn't quite work for them. But that's a good set of VODs that they can go back and review if they want to improve as a team. Of course, that's what these leagues are for. So it's a good effort from the squad. But we've got some more games to bring you, chat. So we're going to head to a quick break yet again. Grab yourself another drink and another snack. We will be back with you very shortly. Hello, trainers, and welcome back. We've got our third game of the day to bring you. It's the other Rework Esport Core squad going up against Team Int here, Kyle.
Yeah, it should be a pretty good one. I don't believe that these two teams matched against each other in the Swiss, but Rework Core, not to be confused with Rework, the other one that we just saw, eliminated Team Int in the qualifiers in the winners bracket, which was the top 8 qualifying match, 2-0. So there's going to be a little bit of bad blood between these two teams, and certainly going to be a little bit of revenge on the table.
Yeah, this is the squad for Rework Esport Core: Cascade, Dodo, Japer, Azalito, and Aaron here for their squad. Top 5 within the European League, top 5 within UCS. This is a very strong team here today.
Yeah, and then Team Int. I'm very interested to see this team. They didn't make it to top 8 from that lower side bracket, but they were, I believe, DQ'd. Because Zico wasn't of age, so very unfortunate there, but a very good squad nevertheless. Comfy Master, Zika, DJ, Dwayne, and Ellen. Comfy Master, I am getting noted, is Pancakes, and Pancakes actually sounds really good right now.
Oh, bro, I'm so hungry. Don't talk to me about pancakes right now. But yeah, I mean, everybody will know, I can't say enough praise about Team Int. This team I actually played with 2 years ago competitively. Like, the team that I was on, the team that they were on, we played together so much. They have come so far in this off-season, bro. They entered every single tournament here in EU. They always play it. Usually they would, lose in the first round, maybe win a match in the losers bracket, but they always tried. And to see them doing so well this year is just so hype for me. Like, yes, they got DQ'd from, the qualifiers, unfortunately due to the age of one of their players, but they got there, Kyle, and they are doing so well that I'm so hyped for this squad.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes here. Obviously, both of these teams 1-0, so a little bit different from our first two matches, where one was 1-0 and the other was 0-1. This is going to be a good game that will determine who else is going to be toward top of the standings, similar to Rework Esport Gear, who is now 2-0. Maybe their brother, sister, cousin, whatever we consider this team, Rework Esport Core, likely wanting to join them.
Bro, as far as team names go, Rework Esport, they got us with that one. It's so easy to mess up saying that name. But what I do love about this game is that Zika is, in my opinion, the best Cypher player I've ever seen. I love Zika on Cypher. And Cascade is a brilliant player on these all-rounders on the side of Esport Core. Let's have some Serena play.
Let's have some Serena play, and maybe we'll see it. I think Serena is one of those Pokemon that if you're really good on Serena, it's just so hard to stop because it's a little bit more tech intensive. It does have a very high skill ceiling, but it does kind of maybe not suck, but it's not as good in that earlier game until it gets that level 6. So we'll see if we do see one. But before that, we do get to the banning phase. Mega Lucario, Charizard, also an Umbreon ban. We saw some Umbreon picks earlier, but this is the first ban of it.
I think it's valid. I know people will look at it and be like, there's so many other Pokemon that you can ban, but I just think Umbreon, like most of the defenders in this game, are so good at controlling team fights, making the space for your team, and especially using like the Snarl or even the Mean Look and the Ignite move. I think you can always agree with a ban on something like that. Japer bans out the Blastoise too. I tell you what, Esport Core, they're onto something here.
They really are, yeah. Blastoise, I'm always happy to see a Blastoise ban given how it's performed in this tournament. Obviously, it didn't work too well in that last set for Supernova, but it's still incredibly powerful. We are seeing a Psyduck first pick. We've seen it picked quite a bit today already. Haven't seen it get picked first, but I mean, I think it is one of those Pokemon that might be worthy of it.
Oh, Team Int have got everything that they want in those first two picks. Zika is going to pull out the Mimikyu. They are incredible on that Pokemon. Alentia has their tried and tested Crustle. Let's see what Esport Core get, because Mewtwo Y is going to be huge for them. And I mean, Lapras would be an interesting pick. No, there you go. There's the Garchomp.
Okay, I was wondering when we would see some Garchomp today. Obviously, it received that buff in this most recent balance patch, and we're gonna finally see how it's gonna look over in EU. I saw a hover of Tinkaton. Surely we're not gonna see one this early in draft, given the amount of counterplay that it still has. But Miraidon definitely seems a little bit more reasonable of a pick here. It will help, kind of chunk through that Garchomp if it's able to stay pretty far away. And also Mewtwo Y doesn't do as good into that Miraidon.
Snorlax on the field. Surprisingly, not a lot of Snorlax seen in the most recent weeks, despite it still being quite a strong Pokemon, and it will be the Blaziken for Dodo here. The Secure that they've managed to find, paired with the Rip on Esport Core, is a really great comp. Pancakes with the Machamp here, so they are really going to try and set up, and we've seen this multiple times. Using a Machamp submission works so well when you have a Mimikyu on your side.
Leftovers Machamp, which I love to see. That tells me if that is going to stay on, it tells me that they will likely spend a lot of time in rework central area, likely doing some invades. That item, I think, is really strong, and if you play it right, because, as I say that, they take it off. But what I was going to say is it's really strong if you play it right, because you don't have to go back to the Pokemon Center. You can keep the pressure on the enemy at that enemy's central area or their side of the map and just kind of roam around.
I like that style of play. I think if you can have that style of play of just harass the opposition as much as you can, and Machamp's very capable of doing that. I enjoy that quite a lot. But seeing the attack weight put on it here for Pancakes, they're just gonna go really aggressive. I think they're gonna try and get these stacks early, and they want to go in for KOs and damage on the side of Team Int here.
Yeah, might as well. You have nothing to lose. Well, you do have a game to lose, but I mean, they are going to likely try to play with a very heavy tempo. I love the Miraidon pick, as always. Like you said, you have that Mimikyu, so Mimikyu is going to want to go in. So I'm looking for this Miraidon to really play off of that Mimikyu engage. Hit some big charge beams, make sure that you have your combo, your enhanced charge beam ready, and just start shredding through the HP bars of rework.
Here we go. This is game one between these two squads, both of them with a winning record. After this set, one of them will have that broken.
It's going to be Psyduck heading towards this top path, and it's going to be that Mewtwo Y Snorlax on the bottom side. They'll meet that Miraidon, but instead of meeting the Miraidon, or sorry, not meeting the Psyduck's actually going for an invade of this Mimikyu.
That's an interesting move against the Mimikyu. Not an easy task, but Azalito will try and do that. This bottom lane is not easy either. Both sides have a strong lane here. That is going to be taken, as we do see this Dwebble under quite a bit of pressure.
A lot of pressure, but Miraidon did a lot of heavy lifting there, securing all of that contested experience, so capturing all those wild Pokemon. Machamp coming up to the top path, stealing a little bit away from that Gibble, who's still level 3.
Look at where Psyduck is right now.
Doing?
Man's in the home pad of Team Int right now. That is the heaviest invade I've ever seen, pulling the attention of Bida as much as they can. She does find the KO, and Mimikyu already in the central, ready for those Natus.
Combuskin gonna attack this Crustle now, and that is gonna be a low HP bar. They're gonna be able to get to safety. No, Combuskin takes the KO. Snorlax very much in danger here if they don't back up, so they are gonna go ahead and retreat, but Miraidon's gonna try to find it, just narrowly escaping. The portal did not hit the Snorlax.
I did like that effort from Vida. They were trying to see if they could find that, but in return, Japer starts ripping up DJ, does get some heals on through, and they will escape. I mean, that's at least stat padding 5k damage there, bro.
I mean, Biter's placing these portals very well. Not only that, but place that Magician Citrus Berry that they stole from Rework in a way that saved that Miraidon. So Miraidon able to stay upright, almost getting KOs. These low HP bars, eventually they are going to go down. Psyduck getting damaged heavily by Machamp. There's that headache. They're going to try to get away to safety, and they should.
Getting ready on the side of Cascade here. They have got a lot of damage coming their way. There's a submission. Bida looking for the damage as well. The heals come through, but they will go down. This is crazy, Kyle. We're about to have, like, the 720s not too far away. Not a single point scored yet.
Oh my goodness. The perfect portal there from Bider as well as a submission. That's looking pretty good. But Champ's able to get that 30 points. So there is that first score that we were waiting for. And 720 Bird's going to be coming down. Looks like Team Int is prioritizing the bottom side, sending 2 members. They're actually going to put Hoopa up to the top path as well. And they are going to start shredding this with the Miraidon, but a good push from this Gabite.
Did like Miraidon trying to see if they could find that KO, and Bider's putting in an absolute shift here on this Hooper, really capitalizing on getting their team where they need to be. Oh, nearly the overheat was ready for Dodo, and they are going to find Bider here as well as Esport Core look to get in, but Mimikyu says no. Zika shows up and finds a double.
Yeah, Mimikyu coming in just at the right moment. Nice little play there. Focus Blast a little bit short, so that means Mimikyu's able to get that full 40, as well as pick up this Aos energy and really work that attack weight. So 2-3 stacks in. We're also going to try to push this Gabite away as Reg Ice starts to get to work on.
DJ nearly gets KO'd by Reg Ice there as they walk right in front of it, but they do dive in on the side of Cascade. Oh, that was so close, but Zika is going to lock in the Reg Ice as well as Cascade here. Esport Core looking to see if they can get the Lecky. A great wall, but Overheat will secure that all day long.
All right, we're going to see if we can hold this T1 goal zone. Rework Core. Now looking to push. Got the Blaziken Overheat, but going to get met by that Crustal X Scissor. Snorlax going to block the way for members of Team Int here. Shadow Snake's going to attack this Snorlax, but they're going to get away with a Heavy Slam.
Some good defense from Valentia as well, just taking a lot of that damage, throwing up the walls, and now Team Int can at least deal with this Regieleki. And again, this is what I'm loving from these teams. The rotations are so quick. As soon as they've dealt with that, let's go get some experience, try and make sure that they're not allowed to do what they want up in the top side for Esport Core.
Gonna try to defend this Altaria family. And Snorlax does a pretty good job of it. Obviously, those heavy slams, those blocks are going to come in clutch. Going to cross-chop through the Blaziken Overheat. Try to avoid it. Nice little play there. Hoopa avoiding a lot of that damage. Livid Outrage from the Garchomp. Met with the play with me into the heavy slam block. So Garchomp just able to escape.
That was brilliant from Zika, just saving that Unite move for Garchomp to pop theirs, and they find the KO on the side of Team Int. Despite all this going on, there's not a ridiculous point difference. As that 38 goes in, they finally have just under 100 points in the lead for Team Int. Looking at the levels, though, the disparity beginning to come through at least. Level 11 for Zika.
Ooh, nice little 25 and 5, so another attack weight stack for this Machamp, level 10. We're gonna have a big fight over here. Infinite Cyber from the Mewtwo. Garchomp's gonna scoop, but they're gonna go through the portal. Is Mimikyu gonna take this one back? Blaziken on the brink. They're gonna have to retreat back to home goal zone. They do find a KO. Lone Crustal is the one to fall.
You're going to be happy if your team Int that your defender was the only one to fall there while the rest of your team managed to get out. But now Esport Core, they are in perfect position to take this Regice. We're going to see whether they can get in. The block is massive here from Snorlax. They try and get around, but the rip is just way too quick. Submission here off the top ropes as Mimikyu finds the KO onto Snorlax. And now Esport Core are looking to retreat from Team Int.
It's a lot of damage that you have to deal with. Go to eject play from Machamp into the submission, into the barrage blow. And now Bider's going to be the one that goes down, lays a portal down. Machamp's not able to get through it. It's Blaziken taking them before that portal hits. Mimikyu now going to try to run away, but getting caught in a blender here. And Zika goes down to Mewtwo.
Wow, Esport Core have found so much from that. The Bright Future Meteor Storm didn't find any KOs that they were looking for on the side of Team Int, and now, with the extra bit of experience, Blaziken hitting level 12, the rest of your team at least at that 11 mark, except Snorlax, you've kind of done what you need to do there as they go for the Regieleki here, but the points difference is huge as the rings are let loose, but not enough time.
A little bit of a late Rings Unbound, but here comes the Crustal. That's a lot of damage, and they're going to X-Scissor the Blaziken into the wall. Machamp's going to grab the Duck, and now Hoopa's starting to stun the squad. Charge Beam's a little bit wide, and that doesn't get the value that they're looking for because they still have to defend this Regieleki. Shadow Sneak's going to tag the Garchomp. Play with me is going to go onto the Snorlax, and Blaziken's going to close out the Mimikyu. Crustal, Ellen's going to have to retreat here because Mewtwo Y is now Mega Evolved, and Regieleki finds its home in the T1.
I think the difficulty for Team Int now is that Cascade has got to that level where they're too much of a threat. Same with the Blazerkin. Right now, Cascade is managing to keep on their feet with their self-sustain, and that Unite move was so clean to find a couple of KOs in that final fight as well. Team Int, they're going to have some great target selection coming into this final fight.
Yeah, 30 seconds until Groudon hits the map, and there's going to be this one fight over this top Reggie. We'll see which one it is. Reggie Roulette, since the Regieleki was in that bottom side. Team Int does have good positioning here, so Regice is going to be nice. Obviously, some healing for them, and they don't really have any natural heal. Obviously, you do have a Hoopa for some resets, but obviously any self-sustain could be pretty beneficial, as well as that global EXP. Psychic from the Psyduck is going to pull this in. This fight's going to break out here.
That it is. Good submission, but they're actually going to find Psyduck as well. There's the Livid Outrage. Rings are let loose, using the iframes to protect Hooper here. Alentia's managed to find Cascade.
Wow.
They do manage to Dragon Rush through. They've not got the rip they need just yet, but Team Int trying to go for the pincer movement. Now they're going for the rip on the Groudon.
Mimikyu.
Heavy Slam goes on the side of Snorlax. Mimikyu is cleaning them up here, as well as the Machamp. Team Int trying to do what they can.
Okay.
Snorlax doesn't find it. Bidapig takes Groudon.
I thought for sure we were going to see a Psyduck Psychic secure there. I was like, no way if that's going to happen. But good plays there from Team Int to ensure that KO of the Groudon. Now they just have to find a little bit of a push here. They've gotten enough points in. 388, 138. Still a minute to play. You do not want to yield these Groudon shields over. I think Team Int is making the wise decision, knowing they have a massive lead.
You've got to work out where Esport Core are going to attack. You would assume it will be this T1 goal, and it looks like that's the approach that they're going to take. Right now, they're trying to play smartly and see if they can get a push into that home pad as well. I don't think Bida will be too far off their Unite move here, and that's going to score more points. That's pretty much going to end the game.
Yeah, probably should. You have maybe one more effort, one more push here for rework. This little 84 going to go in. That's going to cut the lead a little bit, but that's not going to be enough. Snorlax forced to use the Unite move. Mimikyu caught between 3 members. We'll see if they have enough self-sustain there. Nice little pull from Psyduck. Mimikyu is going to go down, so you yield 1 shield over to the Garchomp, who has already scored and emptied a lot of their pockets. Another 27 almost going in, but a better X-Scissor is going to close that one out.
Bro, DJ and Alentia there just cleaning up Esport Core. That 6 will go in, but with 10 seconds left, there ain't going to be enough change on the field for Esport Core to take this win. Team Int looks like they're going to take game 1 here.
Yeah, a really good Groudon fight for Int. Really off the back of the Rhydon and the Mimikyu. I was watching the fight, it kind of go down, and I'm like, all of a sudden, 2 members of Rework Esport Core went down, even though they were ones to initiate that fight.
I think what it was is that Cascade just did not get enough out of the Livid Outrage. The Unite move from Bida, popping that, saved them from getting KO'd there, and there was just space around Bida. Cascade couldn't find anything with that, and all of a sudden they'd lost their HP. You lose that Pokemon out of that fight. Next target for Team Int, they're going to try and take down Japer, and then that was it. They weren't able to do much more in that fight.
Yeah, not really. Yeah, triple Reg Ice too, by the way. All 3 top Reggies were Reg Ice, so a little bit cold. Kind of fitting here, at least for me, because we're about to get some. Yeah, we're about to get some. Probably about to get some snow soon. We'll see what happens. But yeah, really strong showing here for Team Int. They got off to that really big lead early on. Rework Esport was kind of able to claw their way back into it, and it looked like for a moment that their team fight was just that much better until it wasn't.
Yeah, it definitely was until we started to see more from Cascade and Dodo in those fights as we watch the replay here. But I gotta say, Kyle, I don't think we can state enough how well Bida played on that Hooper.
Yeah, 1000%. I mean, it seemed like every time during these fights, there was just like perfect portal placement, just enough stun to kind of knock a Pokemon away from your damage carriers, like you see right there, just pushing them away, making sure that this Miraidon stays pretty healthy. Obviously, you can't do everything, when there's 4 members converging on your Mimic, you can't really do a whole lot about that, but still, a lot of really good moments here for Biter.
And I very much enjoyed Pancake's submissions in this game as well. I think Pancakes did a great job of being that nuisance that we so know that Machamp can play as. And Esport Core, they did find it difficult dealing with that. So Team Int, it's at this moment here where we start to see them struggle in some of these team fights, but just having the right target selection at that final fight, finding Cascade here off the back of this Livid Outrage is everything.
Yeah, that's that moment you talked about, avoiding the damage with that Rings Unbound. Otherwise, yeah, I'm pretty sure Biter goes down. So yeah, just incredible play there. The Dragon combo misses the Hoopa, but grabs the Crustal. Might not have been the target they wanted. You force that eject button over the wall, and Zika lands a perfect Shadow Sneak into the back line, and then it's just all Team Int from there.
What an effort. And, fair play to Beru here. Just sat there like, I'm going to try and do what I can to keep our squad in this, but, you're against the world. And that was a great fight from both teams, realistically. It ended up being a close one. And going into game 2, I don't know, we could be seeing a game 3 on our hands here, Kyle.
Oh, for sure. I would not doubt it. And this was probably one of the best games of the day, in my opinion. It was very back and forth. There were two very evenly matched squads playing very high level Pokemon Unite. And it just kind of came down to who hit those micro plays the better, because the macro was there for both teams. It came down to micro and those small moments, both Biter with those iframes on that Hoopa, I think also kind of sidestepping a Dragon combo at one point, and then Zika making that micro play of hitting that Shadow Sneak all the way across the wall to hit that Garchomp. Just masterfully done.
So, what kind of adjustments realistically are Esport Core going to be looking at? That's the question. They banned out that Umbreon, they banned out that Blastoise. I think the Mimikyu, we've seen a lot of people ban here. I think that could be justifiable. Maybe trying to take the Hoopa, because despite the fact that, Hoopa hasn't had any buffs or any nerfs recently, it's the fact that it gives you so much with your capability of moving around Sky Ruins. You've got the rotations that you can have. The Unite move is brilliant for those team fights. It's another one of those examples like Blissey, where no matter what, it will always be a good pick, no matter what comp you go for.
Yeah, it's just, it provides a lot of utility. The Unite move's really impactful because regardless if it gets nerfed, it still brings everybody in. It still provides iframes, and it does a ton of damage, a ton of crowd control. And then obviously the Hoopa portals are very valuable, especially when you place them as well as Biter did that entire match. The Magician stealing those citrus berries early on for those early game pushes on pads or being able to find KOs. I mean, it's got a lot of good things working for it. And when you have someone that's very good on Hoopa, it can be very disruptive to an enemy team.
All right, let's see what they go with here. This would be huge if Team Int takes the win, giving them the 2-0 record, and it means we'll only have the two squads here with a 2-0 record in general, and their other team Gear will be one of those teams.
And we are going to see Kyogre, so Rework Esport Core going to be on that purple side. That is what they chose. Team Int chose the Kyogre for this map, and as we're taking a look at the bans, they are going to be very similar, if not the exact same, of what we saw in game number 1. So we are going to see that Lucario, Umbreon, Vaporeon, Mega CharY, Meowth, which I don't think we'll ever see a Meowth today, and this last one is going to be that Mega Gyarados.
Okay, so does have Blastoise able to go here? Cascade ain't gonna mess about at all and go straight for that big 2-cannon boy.
I mean, you kind of have to, right? It's on the table. It's incredibly powerful. That does open up a couple options. Instead of the Hoopa this time, we are going to lock in the Psyduck, which I think is always a fun Pokemon to watch. We'll see if Biter is able to hit those Psychics and pull Rework into some disadvantageous positions. Zika, once again, we're going to go with that Mimikyu. With how they played in the last game, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, nah, definitely not. Japer is going to steal the Miraidon away from Team Int here, so we'll see what DJ goes with as their ranged attacker. They also steal the Crustle away from Alentia, so let's see what they want to go with. A Crustle is like the core for Alentia, so let's see what they're going to take. Esport Core making Team Int think about their comp here, stealing some of their Pokemon.
Yeah, we do have Machamp once again, so yeah, I mean, It's a very strong pick for Team Int in game number 1. We are going to lock in the Mr. Mime. This is a couple times we've seen Mr. Mime now, and it's worked out pretty well before. We'll see how it goes, and we are going to lock in the Empoleon on the opposite side. And are we going to see a Decidueye here, Tano?
Yes, we are. DJ coming out with their Decidueye. We've actually been seeing this so often in the EU region now. It's crazy, Carl. We had it in week 1. We're seeing it here now. We saw it in the off-stream UCS games for EU as well. It's become quite popular here.
I mean, yeah, I think it was like, 8 times it was selected, so it's not getting negative play. It's actually receiving a little bit of play in the more recent weeks. And I think with some of the speedsters not getting play, playing a little bit of Decidueye seems that much safer.
What I will say is that the another co-caster that we have here, Jonathan Hyde, is desperate for someone to play Razor Leaf Desi.
Okay.
They've been calling for it for weeks, mate. And, let's see whether DJ is going to do that with them not being here. That would be crazy, because Spirit Shackle is just such a tried and tested comp, and it works so well for that ranged attack role.
And I actually don't hate it. We'll see if they're going to go. The times that I've seen Razor Leaf Decidueye, it can be really difficult, especially if you have a strong front line that's able to keep that thing upright and away from the enemies and allow that Razor Leaf to ramp up. And when you don't have a speedster, that becomes a little bit more difficult, which is why, since it is in that last pick position, you don't see any sort of speedster, not too much dive. I think it might be. We'll see if they want to pick that or if they want to go with the tried and true Spirit Shackle.
I mean, it is good for ripping those defenders, and they have a Mr. Mime, so if they want to go for something crazy and go for a power swap, that would be bizarre. But anyway, let's see what happens as we go on into this game. Team Int, they're looking to take a 2-0 record here in this league, as Rework Esport Core have to win this for a game 3.
I'm ready for this one. We'll see if Miraidon's able to get some last hits. They do a pretty good job early game, and that is going the way of Miraidon. They're going to push this Mr. Mime Rowlet back towards that T1 pad and give themselves a little bit extra space.
Definitely a better lane on the side of Esport Core here with their combo of Pokemon up in the top side. This is going to be a good matchup. Cascade on the Squirtle, Pancakes here on the Machop, as they're already fighting in the central pit for that farm.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame them. And now we have the Prinplup coming up towards the top path along with Hoopa. So they're going to try to make a little bit of a push here. It's going to be 3v3 up in the top path for this Altaria family.
Seeker's got the best power spike here on the side of that Mimikyu. Let's see if it works for Team Int as they get ready for these 850s about to come on in. We saw some brilliant freezes from Dodo already. Let's see how it goes as they dive straight onto the farm here. A lot of damage coming their way. Machop finds the Prinplup, and Zika does put the pressure on Cascade. They want to continue as they get back to the pad.
But there's a potion that popped from Biter, so a little bit of healing from that was pretty nice. We'll see if we also are able to secure this last little bit of experience, and they do. So right now, Team Int looking pretty good early on in that top path. In the bottom path, Miraidon almost, and they do go down. Mr. Mime with a beautiful eject play, but the return KO, Crustle gets him.
I mean, that was an audacious moment to try and score, knowing that
Yeah.
they were there on the Crustle. But, I mean, what a way to find the Miraidon. Try to alleviate that pressure a little bit, because we still only have a Rowlet in that lane, Kyle. That's tough. There we go. Finally getting that Evo.
Yeah, I still need level 7 to really find a whole lot of value. And Team Int, it's a good headache gauge. It's going to poke away a couple Pokemon. Otherwise, I believe Machamp goes down. There's still Machoke, obviously. Zika hiding in the tall grass looking for a 1v1.
Doesn't fancy it against the Empoleon with that magnificent cape as they try and see if they can find the Drago here. But Team Int, they've managed to regroup, finding that KO in the top side, and they're going to take that central objective. More experience for them as Mr. Mime does fall.
I love that play from Zika. They actually kind of baited the Empoleon to go to the Drago, and they picked off the Hoopa instead. So that allowed them a little bit of time and space to then take that Regidrago. So you see them with that buff. Level 8 now as well. So looking pretty good early on. It's given a little bit of space for this Dartrix to do a little bit of work, and they are now a Decidueye. So Team Int looking very good, and they've gotten exactly what they wanted so far.
Yeah, now having this Spirit Shackle online, they've got the ranged attack that they can use to combat Japer. They've got the opportunity to find these objectives. Now, the zoning from Core is huge here, though, as the Crystal does try and zone them out. The walls go on up. Brilliant effort coming out from Alentia there, as they do get on the objective. Now, Registeel is actually going to be taken, I believe, by Team In. It was a triple KO, and yes, it is going to be DJ for the Registeel.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you want your Decidueyes to do. Get ready for those Spirit Shackles, hit some big ones in those moments. Saw a couple of them there. You're going to also get a couple of scores here. Rework Esport, going to try to defend this T1 goal zone, but that's a tough task when you have all of these Pokemon that have started to hit their power spikes.
Got plenty of stacks there as well for Zika, which is exactly what you want out of that fight. Getting the objective, getting some KOs, and then all the stacks you're looking for. Let's see if they can get the Regieleki here, though, as Dodo is going to be able to rip it. Good zoning from Cascade, knowing that Machamp is there. Submission is ready. They're going to have to use it quickly as they look to dive on in. They're not able to find it. A good serve from Cascade there, and the Lecky will be taken by the Empoleon.
I thought for sure we were going to see a eject into a barrage blow to try to take the objective, but probably not the right moment. Nice little surf there from the Blastoise into the Hoopa portal. Gives themselves a nice refresh. There's that Hydro Typhoon. Knocks up a couple. Psyduck going to be going down. Blastoise gets Shadow Tag. Mimikyu almost finding the KO there.
Is Azalito playing a ranged attacker here? We've seen so many KOs coming through for Hooper. It's absolutely ridiculous, mate. As they're playing really aggressive with it. And I love Hooper players that do that and really try to bring their own kind of damage to the fight as well.
I mean, you're able to kind of do that, right? I mean, Hoopa doesn't always need EXP, so if you can add a damage item. I guess like the new way EXP gets, reshifted. I mean, you could throw an extra damage item since you don't need 2 EXP shareholders. And I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how this one goes towards the end of this fight. Right now, as far as levels go, level 12 on the Mimikyu, it's starting to be increasingly difficult to deal with.
And the points, there's not much between them at all, as we're just under the mid-game here. 87 to 59, with that 40 going in, is ridiculous. There's nothing in this game at all, with both T1s up as well. This final fight is going to be ridiculous.
Really is. Psyduck's going to try to put this Miraidon in a blender. They do. Headache gauge pops, but the Rubble Rouser's also going to hit right back. So Biter going back to the Pokemon Center. Team Int's going to have to scramble back to this T1 goal zone because you do not want to fight an ulting Crystal.
No, you do not, as they try and get walled out here as well. Good effort by DJ to stay out of the range here, because they are a glass cannon. Submission onto the side of Crustle. The portal is open, but they get KO'd before they can go back to it. Serve from Cascade into the arms of Pancakes here, as the rip on Registeel was happening. Empoleon's going to find it. Knock knock, says DJs. They try and find something, but the eject Hydro Typhoon will take them back to Nurse Joy. Cascade is absolutely cooking here on Blastoise.
Oh, Pancakes almost goes down to that Empoleon. This little rock tomb there from Crustle to prevent that 40 from going on in. Preventing more damage is going to be that Sayayai, and there's a serve. There's that Mimikyu, a triple KO. They're looking to try to send everybody back, but that's not enough damage. Nice little Spirit Shackle to just get that extra KO. But on the top side, Machamp looking for that 40 does not get it from Blastoise, who's level 12 here, Tano.
Yeah, this is crazy. Cascade found so many KOs down in that bottom lane. Now sat at level 12 with those awesome glasses on. Pancakes, they're going to look to find that fight. Right now, they're quite happy to take the 1v1, but you've got to watch out for Esport Core bringing up some of their assistance.
And Ellen grabbing some vision. 2:52 on the clock. You see Psyduck on the bottom side looking for a 40 point, but good range there from Miraidon. And also good goal zone integrity to make sure that we're not leaving anything open, because you certainly want to have your goal zones up, especially because you have a Hoopa for rework.
100%. You've got to be able to have that maneuverability, as they do manage to find the KO on Pancake. Zika gets so weak, but does manage to find Hooper, and Blastoise, Empoleon, will go back, and they don't get that KO. Zika, every time we see them dive in here, Kyle, they get so weak, but they find 1 or 2 KOs before they're even dangerously low.
Yeah, they almost got KO'd by that Empoleon, who's looking pretty good despite everything. Level 13 as well. So Rework Esport, despite being down a little bit in the points, it's not really too big of a deal. They have the levels to kind of show. Although you have a level 14 Mimikyu on the other side, you have a lot of range here for Rework, especially this Miraidon that's been very, very pestering for Team Int.
Spirit Shackle's going to find the Crustle, and they're taken down. That's a huge amount of defense Esport Core has just lost. But look at the positioning here of Dodo and Cascade looking to get in on the flank, coming on through with the Blastoise.
Wow.
They tried to use Hydra Typhoon, but Play With Me cuts them down. Barrage blows are coming through. The knock is perfect from DJ there. The rip continues on the Kyogre as they try and see if they can get on the Miraidon. They're able to. Full power Sai with the Rubble Rouser in the face of Mimikyu here. Still trying to get onto this Miraidon, but they're taken down. Dodo finds the KO on Zika, and Esport Core have kept themselves in this fight. The rip was coming in from Decidueye here, not able to find the KO just yet, as they have got vision on it. DJ with a Spirit Shackle ready, has to get away from the Crystal. They're now being hunted down here, Kyle. Dodo starts on the Kyogre. The rip is coming in from Esport Core. I think they've done what they need to do to take this. The champ can't get in. It's Empoleon.
Oh man, yeah, perfect zoning from Rework Esport Core. Not only that, but they had so much patience there. They knew that there was a Decidueye looming with the Spirit Shackle. They knew that Machamp was trying to get in, but they knew that they had their full squad, and they had plenty of opportunity to be patient with it, and that they were. They waited till everybody was low, everybody was zoned out, and now it's just about closing this one out. 2 KOs is going to be very good for that mission, and they just need to get maybe one more insurance score to make sure that nothing bad happens on the back end of 15 seconds, but I think it's all but done. Rework Esport Core are going to tie this best of 3 up.
Game 3 on the cards here, as Team Int are going to have a look at what happened there later on. It did feel like they began to have the advantage. Finding the KO and Crustle was everything, but they just could not get on Japer. Yet again, able to stay out of range of any threat from Team Int and just rip through their HP pool.
478, 165 going to be your final here in game number 2. Looking forward to a game number 3. I mean, Rework Esport Core just had a better team fight at that Kyogre, despite Team Int's efforts. There were so many different times where I thought Team Int was going to maybe turn the tide, but it seemed like every opportunity it was... you got to hand it to Lil, because that Crustle play a couple of different times, the Unite move just kind of returned revenge damage with that Rubble Rouser, provided a ton of value. I mean, what else can you say? Rework Esport Core looked really good at the end fight.
And that's all that matters realistically in Pokemon Unite. I know, Rayquaza is a lot more stronger for it, but it's all about keeping in the game until you hit that 2-minute mark left, and then doing what needs to be done to win that team fight. I gotta say, a brilliant effort by Japer. As you see, 87k dealt, 23k taken. Again, another example of a ranged attacker that is able to keep out of trouble and continue to drop damage.
Yeah, it's just hard to really get on top of this thing. I mean, Mimikyu did its best attempt to try to slow that thing down, but it was just time and time again, it's just able to kind of kite away. So good. And you got to give it to the Hoopa, and you have to give it to the Crustle for making that Miraidon's job very easy, and even to the Blastoise, right? There were so many times those surfs were coming in clutch, making sure that no one was able to jump in on Japa. There's a good moment here, Machamp just barely escaping. A good push here, and this is a triple KO from the Mimikyu, but everybody else kind of coming back in the right moment of time, and it was actually that Hoopa Unite move that kind of allowed them to KO Mimi.
It did look like they were going to find another 2 here. Look how weak they managed to get people, but unfortunately they don't. And, they're sent back to Nurse Joy. But the fact that, look at that score lead right now with 30 seconds before the final objective. This was such a hotly contested game between these 2 teams.
And this was the final fight, so it kind of opened up with Crustle going down pretty early. But you still had all the Unite moves for Team Int. Hoopa's going to bring the team in with the Rings Unbound. Blastoise actually gets canceled there, and a pretty good safe knock-knock. But unfortunately, I believe it was Empoleon that was able to just narrowly escape and get out of those arrows. And this was a perfect engage from the Crustle. They hit that X-Scissor and then that Unite move, which prevents anybody from hitting that, because you do not want to hit a Uniting Crustle and that allowed that follow-up damage. And from then on, it was pretty much all rework esports.
Yeah, as soon as you lose Zika on that Mimikyu as well, you lose your opportunity to find a KO in Japer. You're not able to dive through using that Shadow Sneak or anything like that, and that's it. You don't have the power to win that fight again. So we are going to a Game 3 as probably expected here. Both of these teams already won their Week 1 game rather comfortably. So this is exactly what you expect from two of the biggest teams in this league.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what we thought. These are very evenly matched squads, both winning their first game, and they're, showing us exactly why they were 1-0 and forcing a Game 3 as Rework Esports. So kind of the storylines to follow is the other Rework group. Is it group or...
Gear.
Did I say it right? Group, Gear. I knew it was another G word. Gear, Core. They're also 2-0, so they certainly want to, line up a 2-0-2-0 matchup. It would be pretty neat. But Team Int certainly also wants to stay in that category. I think you probably go back to Hoopa. It seemed like it was just so valuable for both of the teams that were playing it in both matches.
Yeah, I think it's an important pick. I liked the way the eSport core coming into this managed to steal quite a bit away from Team Int there. They took their Hooper away. They took their Crustle away. They took their Miraidon away. So they really had to go back and be like, what can we put in place of that? And whilst the mine walls are definitely on point, not as much as the Hooper was able to provide for their team.
True. Yeah, Hoopa just provides so much. And you saw it there. I mean, I think the biggest thing of that endgame fight was Rework Esport Core had a Hoopa and had all their goal zones up. Yeah. And that provides a lot of map coverage. So Team Int just kind of had to force a fight, and they did. And they did get that one pick. The Crustle early was really good, but they really couldn't do anything else with that.
No, it's that opportunity where they've lost a lot of their defense here. They do still have the Blastoise, but you've got a full send at that point, in my opinion, Cal. You've got to try and move on to your next target. Japer should have been that main target. You take out their ranged attacker, and then it's all just melee in your face. But they just didn't have that coordination at that moment to go full send on that. They were too busy trying to find the extra KOs with Zika being up there, fighting on out. I mean, great stop on the Blastoise Unite move. But if you can't find that right target at the right moment, which they were just unable to do, and shout out to Japer being able to keep away, that is why they weren't able to find the combos they needed to win that fight.
All right, we're getting some word from production about our next map will be. It looks like Team Int is choosing the Electrode Volleyball map. I don't know if that's true, but I really hope it is. I don't know if that's... Is that allowed? Is that allowed?
That would be amazing.
Are we allowing it?
That would be amazing. There's such a vibe. Honestly, Team Int has such a vibe. Okay, there we go. So Int chose second pick, and then we get Groudon. Honestly, would have loved to see that action here, guys.
Production, mods, allow that. Mods, approve it. We got a mod to approve this map, please.
Imagine the final, that like for a third game, it all comes down to Electrode Volleyball.
Please, that would be so peak. I want that to be a tournament. Honestly, I'm gonna talk to Lordy about this after I'm done.
Hey.
We play Electro. If it goes to a Game 3, it's Electrode Volleyball.
I actually think that would be hilarious. I would be so down for that. We've got some good ideas here. Thank you, Team Int. We appreciate it. But we will be on the Groudon map. It is Rework Esport Core that picked that. Int chose to go second pick here rather than taking the first pick. They're more comfortable in that second pick position.
Okay, I mean, I think that makes sense. You give up a power pick to your enemy, but you get two. Because, I mean, there's just so many Pokemon right now that are... overtuned, incredibly powerful, whatever word you want to use to describe it. I think it's very valuable to get two of those and maybe yield one on the other side.
Yeah, it's one of those where we're seeing at the moment so many of these megas have to be banned out, and Vaporeon's up there, we've got Meowth up there, so I kind of like that approach by Team Int, just locking two strong picks from the get-go. And I mean, they've been on this side the entirety of this set. It's definitely something where they feel more confident as we see these megas continue to be banned out here.
Yeah, Mimikyu finally getting a ban, so the rework esport, definitely not a fan of going against it, and I can 1000% justify why. Zico looked incredible both games, just obviously falling a little bit short in game number 2. I thought they kind of had the recipe to kind of go against it, despite like yielding 14 KOs. They still ended up with the win. But we are going to see Meowth, Vaporeon, Meg Charizard, Y on Team Int, Mega Lucario, Mimikyu, Umbreon going to be the ones that rework Esport Core. It is going to be, once again, a Blastoise first pick.
Okay, so Mega Garagod is available here if Team Int want to go for it. Bida's going to pull out... Oh, okay, so Psyduck and Miraidon, fair enough. Very strong picks, but nobody entertaining a Mega Gyarados pick yet.
I mean, it's available. Maybe... some of the players are just not comfortable with it, or maybe think that, you know, some of the nerfs that it received. And also there is kind of a bug right now, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure if that bug's been resolved, but there are certain like abilities where like it just doesn't do damage to the enemies, like with waterfall. So it's very possible that teams are just like, I just don't want to have to worry about like not getting that damage in that moment. So instead of that, they're going to avoid the Pokemon all around. We're going to grab Snorlax. I don't know if that's going to be the item or move set or item set or the battle item. I can't imagine it will be, but so we'll probably see some changes to that. But we are going to grab potentially this Leafeon and the Hoopa for rework.
This is great for eSport Core. Do like that response from Zika, but Dodo on the Leafeon, great early game. That's going to be pressure that they need to put onto DJ on this Miraidon, because again, we've seen it from DJ, we saw it from Japer, so capable of getting so much out of that Pokemon without having much threat from the opposition. So Dodo is exactly there to do that, and then having some good true damage and good damage from Zika here will be pretty good on the side of that Cascade and Enlil on the Crustle. I believe it's only for Phantom Force though, right?
Yeah. I actually really love, I think you kind of briefly mentioned it, I love this Leafeon into Miraidon. I play Miraidon a decent amount, like ever since it was released. It's one of my favorite attackers to play. Despite any of the amount of time where it was kind of away from the meta, I think it's just one of the best attackers on the roster because it's got a good early game, got good secures. Back when EXP share was really a thing, you could throw EXP share on that bad boy, and it was still good that way. But one of the Pokemon that are really tough against it is that Leafeon, because Leafeon has so many dashes in its kit, so it's really easy to kind of just target it. So really look for Dodo to just absolutely harass the Miraidon all match long, and it's going to start at level 4.
It's going to be tough for Team Int to kind of try and protect DJ here. As you've mentioned, so many dashes on the side of Dodo, and then Japer with a couple of dashes themselves as well. Like, you've got to balance doing your own job with being able to find the KOs on the opposition squishy Pokemon, as well as trying to protect your own. Dodo is going to be looking to really bring a lot of aggression to Team Int from the get-go. Wouldn't surprise me if they go for an invade here as well. Level 4 Evo is so strong in this game. Zika's got to hit level 5 before they've got Ceruledge on the field. The early game could be quite contested here.
Really could. It's going to be game number 3 for a 2-0 start in the league format. We are going to take Mewtwo Y along with Dwebble down to the bottom path. Leafeon, as we expected, going to be going in that central area as well as that Ceruledge.
So Bida with some great vision here, trying to see if there's any invade coming over onto the side of Team Int, waiting for that Leafeon to be online. That's some good preparation by this team.
And Snorlax going to burn an eject button early on, so no goal getter. I was hoping that we would see the goal getter, but I guess we're going to go with the eject button. I mean, it is better and all, but it's okay. Potion's going to pop for this Psyduck as they're going to fight over this Natu family.
Getting a lot of that is Pancakes, but here's Dodo, and that's exactly what Leafeon is on Fire Sky Ruins to do.
Yeah, get up there early with that evolve. They actually left 2 pieces of experience in their own central area. Might let Mewtwo grab it just so they get their level 5 as soon as possible. But it also means that they'll likely get this Natu family, and they do. So I love this like format of early EXP farming for rework.
Bitterblade is going to be the move of choice here for Zika. Dodo manages to get away. There goes the Razor Leaf. Portal drop down. A lot of that to the side of Team Int. Still, no points on the board yet, so anyone that is stacking, and we know Zika hasn't managed to get anything just yet. Oh.
Wow, big trade there. Hoopa goes down, but you get the Cerledge. You definitely take that trade if you're rework. Trade your supporter for the central area Pokemon. You'd love to maybe get that Leafeon. It was pretty low, but they get off narrowly escaping there. So Team Int's going to be kind of climbing up a mountain here.
Least managing to keep parity with the levels of Leafeon at the moment as they go back into their central areas here. We've got a fight that could last until the end of time between these two defenders until Japer shows up and drops their own little bit of damage in there as well. They are able to go Mega here, not too far off getting that up. Regidrago on the field, nobody going for it just yet as teams put some pressure on this top lane.
Ooh, Machamp goes down at the hands of the Hoopa. Luckily, they don't go down to the Leafeon, so maybe small consolation prize, but Leafeon is able to hit their level 7. Headache's gonna pop, a Cerledge getting hot pursuit. Psyduck actually getting credit for that one. That's a massive play here for Team Int. Are they able to get the Hoopa before it goes to the portal? No, Hoopa comes back, though, very suspiciously.
Audacious move by Hooper as they just get sent straight back to Nursejoy. They might as well have not come, buddy, as Cascade is going to get taken down here as well. Zika beginning to cook here with the assistance of that submission Machamp. And wisely, Leafeon thinks, you know what, I don't want any of that action. I'm out of here.
Yeah, I wouldn't want any of that smoke either. I mean, you got those 2 KOs there, and you have 3 members to deal with. That's not usually an advantageous spot for a Leafeon. With the low HP pool, 2 all-rounders, and a supporter, that's very disruptive. Not going to take that one. Good push there from Psyduck. Unfortunately, not enough to take the KO. Hoopa's going to come back the long way, and Wartortle's going to go down. A lot of points incoming.
Finally, at the 646 mark, we get our first stacks on the side of Team Int. Emerald 2-step through. There's the Revenant Rend. They don't find anything off the back of it, but Dodo did manage to find at least a prevention from Team Int at that moment, as the Regice is going to be ripped through here. Esport Core look like they're going to get it, but DJ wants to see if they can get the beam onto it. So close. Not enough, though.
Valiant effort from Miraidon. I thought for a moment they might have had enough in the tank, but a lot of damage from Esport Core, so they very wisely just shredded it while they had the opportunity. Hoopa's going to send some members down to the bottom path. We still have a basement Reggie to deal with, as well as this Regidrago. 3 members fighting for it. Leafeon likely going to take it.
Yeah, Dodo's doing everything they can to find all this experience for their team with these objectives at the moment. Very close to having the Unite moves for the rest of their team, as we do see the eject coming out from Crustle here, getting out of the arms of Pancakes. Regilecki being ripped. The zoning from Team Int is so good here. Heavy Slam will come through, trying to stop them going home on the portal, but they do. And now they've got to stop them getting close to this Regilecki, because here comes the Mewtwo. They do land it, but Pancakes manages to find it. Rubble Rouser in their face, but they do manage to escape.
Yeah, and also they're just going to vacate away from that Crustle while it has that redirect damage from the Rebel Rouser up. And now they're just going to look to defend this T1 goal zone. Blastoise going in pretty deep. You have a Hoopa portal just to kind of be a little bit of a second option, but it's a lot of damage. There's that Hydro Typhoon. Going to knock up a couple into the Machamp. Machamp's going to have to try to scramble away, but we have 2 members going down for Rework Esport. Looking like we're going to go for Emerald 2-step, but a lot of damage reduction from the Psyduck.
Perfect Unite move usage by Team Int there to flip that fight around. They defend their pad. They look like they want to go push onto the opposition here. Wisely, they're not going to be able to get anything in, so they try to retreat back. Wow. Looking for the KOs is Azalito. So weak on the side of Psyduck, but they make it back to the pad.
They really, very fortunate for Biter Pig, but maybe not even as much fortune as it is just knowing the Pokemon, knowing the limitations, and playing it perfectly, because they were very close to getting knocked out by the Hoopa, but narrowly escaping. It still is an escape, but Team Int looking good. They're going to try to take away a lot of this EXP from this Mewtwo. However, Mewtwo versus Miraidon. Miraidon's going to have to be very careful, but it is Mewtwo that needs to be a little bit more careful, because all 4 members there were converging.
Brilliant comms from Team Int. That's what we like to see. The second they're under threat, you can just hear it coming in. The Might DJ, come get them, and they do. And now they're going to go for a rip on the Registeel here. Azalito seeing what they can do. It's a good effort, mate, but they don't find it.
Hoopa just barely able to escape. This is really some magic happening from these Hoopa plays, both on Biter as well as the Hoopa here for rework. And we're going to have 5 seconds until a basement Reggie comes on. Machamp's going to meet this Crustle into the Unite move.
Ooh, they go back to the portal though, unable to get themselves back. Just as we said, how good these Hoopa plays have been. And now they try and see if they can get the zoning in here as they go for the rip on the Regieleki. Pancakes back to the pad, have managed to find the KO on the side of Psyduck. Bright Future Meteor Storm here, trying to allow their team to get back. There's a Revenant Red pushed into a barrage blow, bro, and Mewtwo is sent back to Nurse Joy, but they can't get close to the rip as Dodo manages to find the Regieleki here with the portals let loose by Azalito. Team Int are having to go on the retreat, but Esport Core are hunting them down.
I was gonna say, there's a Unite move from this Leafeon available, and there they go. They go ahead and take that, and it also enables this push on this Regieleki in. They're gonna maximize their points here. 47-point overdunk. That's pretty massive at this stage of the game. 45 seconds until our Groudon of Game 3. And let's take a look at the field state right now. Level 14 on this Leafeon. It's looking pretty good. Definitely needs to farm up their Unite move for this next fight. Does get it back pretty quickly, but I imagine they're going to try to stall this fight out a little bit just to make sure they do have that. They're going to probably look for this Miraidon to make sure that they're not able to slow down some of these Defender and these bulky Pokemons during this team fight. So look for Dodo to go on a flank once they have that Unite move. Try to find that Miraidon. It could even potentially see them going for the Machamp, but I think Miraidon probably going to be that target of choice as we get set up. Both teams fighting. It's actually going to be Team Int setting up through this top side, and Rework Esport, they're going to be fighting from this bottom side. That is where those T1 goal zones are up, so very wise plays. They're going to poke and prod, check this tall grass.
They're looking to see if they could find anybody there. Not able to just, I mean, Unite move's now up for all players except Machamp. They're going to need that back. I think they're probably being so patient as they try and gain that back onto the side of Pancake. Such a brilliant Unite move of pushing into a team fight, that barrage blow.
Yeah, we're going to play this very slow and patient. Team Int checking all of this tall grass. There's not as much tall grass in the Groudon map as there is in the Kyogre map, but we have a 1v1. Machamp looking for this Leafeon, unable to grab it with the submission on that picture-in-picture. Still a little bit of poking and prodding here. Crustle, just once again, this is playing very slow here, Tano.
Yeah, so unexpected for how contested this game has been. There's the full power Sai. This is the engage. Pushing up against them is Blastoise. Managing to find the hit onto Crustle. There's the Rubble Rouser. Eject button is going to be used. Pushing two of them up against the wall here. There's going to be the power nap from Valencia. That's going to at least keep Team in this fight. But no, Psyduck has been taken down. Blastoise finding the KO as Dodo looks to hunt down Miraidon. Emerald two-step will come through as Valencia's heavy slam stops them in their tracks. Still on the field is DJ, but they're losing their entire team around them.
Blastoise is going to get 100 points in on the top side. That's going to insulate this lead. Now that means Team Int really has to go for this Groudon. Might even see a 90-point dunk in from this Leafeon on the bottom side. Groudon getting very low. There's that Hydro Typhoon going to knock up Zika. It's just the Psyduck, Tano, and Rework Esport Core doesn't even need the big red objective.
Nah, that's going to be all she wrote here, as unfortunately Team Int cannot find the final team fight they needed to win this game. They pushed Rework Esport Core to the max of the abilities there, but it is going to be Rework that come out with another 2-1 victory and a 2-all victory for the week so far.
It's going to be a 2-0 victory. Rework Esport Core going to win these second two games of the set after dropping the first one. This one, 559 to 83. And once again, just a perfect final fight there at that objective for Groudon. Just very patient from both of these teams, but Rework Esport Core front to back looked really strong.
So these Rework teams are still the teams to beat here in this league as we have a look at these stats. Not crazy amounts of damage despite how much they were fighting there. DJ, again, doing their job on Miraidon. I think Dodo was instrumental in that with that Leafeon.
Looking really good. I mean, yeah, Leafeon only took 21k, so again, Team Int just did not have the right tools to take down this Leafeon, and It looked great. I mean, a good Leafeon is really hard to deal with, which is why you still see this Pokemon of all the speedsters seems like it's able to provide the most value of the speedsters and still gets picked because of those early ability to just get that level 4 evolution and then come to path and figure out which way they can provide the most value early on. And it looked fantastic. It was level 14 at Groudon, and it found some big KOs in opportune times.
It's a good effort from Team In. It's a brilliant effort from Esport Core. That was, the closely contested game for an entire set there. So both of them can be proud of how they played. It all came down to that final objective. The back and forth was brilliant in this set.
Really was. This whole set was really just full of action. I was just really unsure of who's going to come out ahead. I really got to give it to this Crystal. They really knew exactly which targets to engage on. Every Rubble Rouser was almost perfect. I mean, there's so many times where they hit a Rubble Rouser and they just force Team Int to kind of just walk away from a fight that normally they would win. So just masterfully done. I really liked the Sarilege despite, them losing, because I think this Pokemon still is very good.
I completely agree. This is another example of a brilliant Rubble Rouser. Like, they were caught in that, buddy, and they managed to get that, push them up against the walls. And I think it's off the back of that, like, they managed to find Psyduck. They didn't have their team around them to support them because of that splitting up that Crystal had managed to do. This is how Esport Core managed to win this team fight. Completely split up where Team Int were.
Yeah, it really did. And 177-83 at this point. So they were very wise once two members went down to just go for a back cat for sure. They also were likely going to get this 90 point, which would have insulated them likely enough given that there's only like 20 seconds left. And despite that, they hit another Blastoise Unite move and get another 2. And that was really all they needed at that point.
Kind of felt like, because they were so patient with it, that they maybe just shot themselves in the foot because they waited a bit too long before they went for the engaged team in. Recognized they didn't have vision on where rework were. They were being so patient that I think they wasted a little bit too much time at that stage, and unfortunately just couldn't find the win that they were looking for. But they're going to be proud of how they played. It wasn't like a stomp or anything like that. It was a very close game there.
Very close. Well, I believe we are going to be going to a break very, very shortly. So I'm just going to go ahead and say we need a break because I need some water and all that good stuff. So as Spartan always says, grab a drink, grab a snack. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, trainers. We've got one more hotly anticipated game to bring you before we get off for the day. We've got MTZ Esports here looking to take on Phantom Force.
It should be a pretty good matchup. Rework Esport. Oh wait, no, this is wrong two teams on the screen, so please ignore that. We'll get the right one up there eventually, but it's okay. But yeah, these two teams, they didn't match against each other in seeding. Phantom Forces had a pretty decent run in qualifiers, but they lost to this team, and there we go. We got one of the right ones. MTZ Esports 0-1 so far. Phantom Forces 0-1 as well. So both of these teams desperately needing that win. They do not want to go down 0-2. 1-1 certainly seems a lot more reasonable.
No, they did, and I mean, MTZ Esports has been that team that took out so many in the qual stage, as we've already mentioned here today. This is going to be their squad. We've got Amara, Knight, MDR, Gaddy, and Haru here. Amara is so exciting on all-rounders. They're the one that have played Tinkerton before, but their Metagross is so exciting to see.
Oh, Metagross could be a really fun play. I mean, I haven't seen a ton of Metagross recently, but it could be really fun. Phantom Forces, we got Gecko Gami, or Kekko Gami, not to be confused with Gecko Kami. Kaya, average carry, Paggy, and Ma. Some top 8 appearances from these players, top 16 at EUIC for Kekko Gami. I love when players do that. I think that's super funny. We also had Goominosity Laming 1 week for both Underdunk and a UCS league. Super fun.
I love that. Yeah, I mean, Phantom Forces, they managed to get into the next day of the Open Quals. They went down to Avalanche in a 2-1 matchup. Avalanche managing to beat them, but it was a really good game. Of course, Avalanche managed to get qualified for the league. We saw them compete last weekend, so it was a close one. I think Phantom Forces can be quite exciting. Average carry is a very good ranged attacker as well, so let's see where this one goes. It's very much going to be MTZ Esports wanting to continue their record of being able to defeat teams here.
I mean, they're 0-1, so they're going to have to make something happen, surely. We'll see, though. I mean, I'm excited to see what we got going on in this game. Something's going to have to give. Last round, we saw 2-1-0 teams, both of the first two. We saw 1-0-0-1. This is the first time that both teams have yet to win a game. So this should be very interesting indeed. As I say that, we are going to get into the draft, and it looks like we are going to be on Groudon for game 1.
Exciting. So Psyduck is going to be banned out here by Phantom Forces. Maybe they've seen these games and realized how good that Pokemon really is.
Yeah, Psyduck is incredibly powerful, which is why it is finally getting a ban. We've seen it picked a number of different times, but finally a ban here. We're also going to see this Mimikyu ban, which has been looking good every time that it's been able to be picked today. However, not going to get picked because it is at ban slot, and this, I believe, might be the first Suicune ban that we're seeing.
Yeah, it's finally about time. We've seen quite a bit of Suicune as well, and I know that there's so many strong Pokemon in this game right now. It's actually one of the favorite things that I have about Pokemon Unite right now, but I just think Suicune, every time we've seen it in a game here, Kyle, it has been so important for their team, and the Freezes have really flipped those team fights.
Yeah, Frieza's really strong. Blissey may be even stronger getting that first pick, but that does leave 2 power picks for Phantom Forces, Vaporeon, along with Blastoise. So 2 water types here in the Groudon map.
Yeah, that's pretty massive for Phantom Forces. They've got like the foundation of their team built with that. They just need to look for that sort of support. Knight here pulling out Glaceon is an interesting choice. A lot of people have felt since those Glaceon nerfs that damage has been really reduced on the side of that Pokemon. So cool to see MTZ try and play it here.
It definitely is, but into a Blastoise, you kind of love to see, especially a very bulky composition where you have Blastoise and Vaporeon. Those max HP Shred on Icicle Spear is going to be very valuable, especially when you have another all-rounder of that Machamp. So you have a lot of targets that you can lock onto. You see that they have that Cursed Incense working, meaning that they are going to try to reduce any of that self-sustain or even the enemy healing. So I do really love that. But this is the first look at Delmise here for us today.
Yeah, no Delmai's action at all until Lamar pulls it out here. Is MDR going to go for another ranged attacker as well? Yes, they are. So MTZ Esports going for the double ranged attack here with a good front line for themselves as well. I think this is a good choice. Phantom Forces look like they're going to do the same as Kree locks in Decidueye. What a set of comps we have here, Kyle.
As Decidueye might be able to attack a bit for free. There's not really a whole lot of dive for MTV music television. Or rest in peace, MTV. You had a good run. MTZ though doesn't really have a whole lot of dive. It's a very kind of like a defensive style composition. The most that you really have is like maybe Umbreon if it goes foul play. Delmai's is kind of like a brawler. It doesn't really dive in outside of its Unite move, but I imagine this Unite move that it has is going to be looking for this owl in the back line.
Yeah, you kind of got to, haven't you? I mean, over on the side of Phantom Forces, themselves, I mean, maybe they will have a bit of dive, I guess, on the side of that Machamp, because I suspect it's going to be submission. It will be coming your way. But yeah, trying to target these ranged attackers is going to be the number one play for both of these teams here. Average Nepti plays the Espeon so often, we do usually see quite a lot of stored power from them. But trying to go for some hits onto the strong front line that they've got, I mean, Psyshock might be a good shout here, Kyle.
Yeah, Psyshock, I do love a good Psyshock, especially because it is a skill shot, offers a lot of stuns, as long as you're able to hit it, and there's not a whole lot of mobility on MTZ, so they might be a little bit easier than like if there was like a double speedster, so I would be very shocked, pun intended, if we did not go Psyshock.
Pairing it with the Psybeam as well. I loved it, buddy. I loved it. I think the Psybeam is one of my favorite secures in this game because people just do not expect it to be as effective as it is, because you don't even have to hit the objective, Kyle. That's my favorite thing. You could just hit the enemy around it and it bounces onto it. The amount of times I've got some crazy secures using that is just crazy. So I'm excited to see what goes on in this game. I think we do have some good secures, probably more on the side of Phantom Forces here with that what I expect to be Spirit Shackle and the Psybeam. So on the side of MTZ Esports, they're going to be having to go for the team fights rather than going for the secure.
Yeah, it is going to be very team fight heavy. I mean, you have that Blissey along with both the Mewtwo and the Glaceon, so there's going to be a lot of auto attacks that you're going to have to deal with, which it's going to be tough. I imagine that we are going to go Helping Hand, Safeguard, we'll see for sure, but with two auto attackers, I very much imagine that's the case.
Yeah, it'll also be very helpful against the crowd control that Phantom Forces has, as we see the going in the top lane with the Vaporeon and the Machop. And down here, Squirtle, Rowlet. That's going to be a good matchup against MTZ Esports.
Good go for a little bit less hitting here. Mewtwo has pretty okay, and it's actually MTZ that gets all of that contested wild Pokemon, seeing the points being held. They could have potentially pushed with the Umbreon, but with Mewtwo being pretty low, they're just going to try to play a little bit safer early on.
It's going to be the Psyshock in the game as we have a good rotation from Phantom Forces. They've got three here. Here comes Glaceon. Of course, Knight's looking really for that level 6 before they can start getting that damage pumped on out, whereas the hits with that Psyshock will cause that stun.
Okay, you're already getting close to this Altaria family with this Delmai is kind of playing that front line position, making sure that they're able to grab as much vision as they can. And they are going to go for it.
Ooh, taking a lot of that. Evos are going to go through on both sides. Blissey is on the field, and we see Vaporeon here as well. Just missing. That Psyshock was average, and a slap on the back. Gaddy finds the KO. That is huge for MTZ.
What do the 5 fingers say to the Espeon? Slap. Looking pretty good so far. MTZ Esports already getting off to a pretty good start, finding that first KO of the game. Nice little revenge, though, as Umbreon goes down away from screen. But Knight is getting their experience that they need. Level 6 is kind of that power spike that you really need for Glaceon to start shining. Once it gets that Ice Shard, it's able to really ramp up that Icicle Spear.
So as Regidrago is about to come on in, there's 2 Pokemon on each side that are stacking. We don't have any points in just yet. No one managing to get any stacks as they just want to continue to brawl out. Submission from Luigi there doesn't find anything for Amara. This Blissey makes all the difference.
It's looking really good already. Oh, these Icicle Spears are going to shred through this Dartrix. Yup. You probably don't walk near this Glaceon unless you got a little bit of a front line. They're able to also steal that bit of wild Pokemon experience away from Phantom Forces, and that means that this Regidrago likely going to be free for MTZ unless Vaporeon can maybe make a splash.
It's all down to what Kaya could do! Cooking is what Kaya just did as they find the Regidrago with 4 people from MTZ around that. That is crazy, Kyle.
That's illegal behavior from that Pokemon. However, a little bit of revenge here. MTZ is going to get a little bit of scoring in. They did get the KO on the Vaporeons, and not all's lost. They just lost a little bit of global experience in the process. Vaporeon gonna muddy water, try to defend some of these stacks from going on in, but this Delmai's Blissey combo is absolutely rude.
It's so brutal. I mean, submission here from a chap trying to see if they can get onto them, but still, it's that combo. No matter what you do as they hook them in. Where's Night Terror when you need them? One hook comes through, and Blissey continues to allow Delmais to do whatever they want in that top lane.
Oh man, yeah, Delmais. I know Nitera really loves that Pokemon. Yeah, we'll see what happens here as we get closer in. Nice little Spirit Shackle is going to help take out this Mewtwo. Very low HP bars. Ooh, they're also going to hit. Oh, I believe it's the Shadow Sneak that get that last hit on the Umbreon. So Regieleki going to be taken here from Phantom Force unless we got another insane steal.
Oh, they're going to try their very best, but Knight comes out of that one feeling pretty happy. They're going to take the objective and the KOs. They need to go heal Knight. There's the healing coming on through. 60 points to 5 right now. MTZ Esports just beginning to take a lead.
Oh, now we got Mewtwo Y, Mega Evolved, Unite move from the Espeon, but Blastoise is going to push them a little bit back. Knock from this Decidueye, trying to close the door on this T1 push, and so far that's looking like it's pretty good. Icicle Spear is going to come through and take out the Blastoise. Barrage Blow from the Machamp. They're going directly for this Glaceon.
I mean, they managed to break their ankles there, get away from the Barrage Blow, but then they just answer with a double KO off the back of it. Kree doesn't connect with the Spirit Shackle on the hit just yet, but I gotta say, this Glaceon has been a hit of genius for MTZ. They called it with the amount of tank that's on the side of Phantom Forces. The rip is working in their favor.
It really is. This Machamp you definitely have to worry about, though, because it's kind of able to avoid a lot of the crowd control, especially from this Umbreon and the Delmais. So if this Machamp's able to kind of walk through and find that Glaceon with its when it doesn't have its passive, it can be really problematic.
The jet button has to be used by Blastoise there. It's still pushing the top lane is Phantom Forces with Machamp looking for a 40 here. MTZ Esports. There's a hook coming through straight into the back line on Kree. And the second one to take them back to the Pokemon Center as MTZ Esports finds the double KO, wipes out anyone from Phantom Forces on this bottom line. And now it's going to be a huge overcap, a 36 overcap for MTZ.
Could have potentially had another 2, but I'm not gonna, poo-poo that one. But it's okay. Pretty good overcap, right? Like, what, 34 points on that overcap? Oh, maybe 36. I can't remember exactly what it was, but still looking pretty good. And the thing that you got to worry about if you're Phantom Forces is exactly what we talked about in draft. They don't have a lot of dive on MTZ, but you have to watch out for that Delmais.
That you do. Knock in the face of Knight here. How are they able to get away from that? They will go down with Psychic Solaire being popped here up against the wall. But Knight is doing a good job at trying to kite around Phantom Forces. That's a level 13 Glaceon that has given a lot of experience over to them now.
Yeah, very unfortunate there. I think they thought that they could potentially get another KO, but with 4 members kind of surrounding you, you have to just maybe let that one happen. Yeah, so level 13, but you do go down. 20 points in on the backside for that Vaporeon. There's a basement objective that teams could go for, but we're going to see another KO, Vaporeon going down. Again, the big shred from this Glaceon's looking good.
Still, they're in it right now with Phantom Forces as they look to find a KO. Look at that hook from a different postcode, bro, as they manage to find Average. And now they pull in Blastoise as well. Blissey gets a KO on Machamp. Blastoise can't escape the grasp of Delmise. MTZ Esports with a rip already going on this Regieleki. There's everything going their way here.
Yeah, they're hitting all of these hooks, so it's looking like a very strong pick. It's the first time we're seeing it today. It's looking like it's providing a ton of value. It's able to kind of avoid some of the Pokemon and really get those premier targets. If they're able to pull this Decidueye away from its tanks, it could be very problematic. We got 30 seconds until the Groudon. Looking at the field state and how our levels are looking, level 13 on your big damage carries. Mewtwo just barely lagging behind. We just got that 14 from the Glaceon. You certainly need your Unite move if you're the Stelmais, though.
Yeah, that you do. I like that's what they're going to do now. Go and grab that experience so they can have that back. I can't wait to see the damage numbers on the side of Knight here. We've just been seeing shards come left and right as Groudon does now take to the field. Let's see who wants to go for the approach first. They have managed to find Gary, and there's the hook coming in from Amara. Don't want to use that Unite move just yet as Phantom Forces are now going to back up a bit.
Yeah, no passive for Umbreon now as we start to go. Blastoise tried to surf the Delmise into problem. There's that Hydro Typhoon, but it misses everybody, Tano.
That is good. You don't want to see a Unite move like that not connect on anybody. Pulling in the Vaporeon here. Looks like MTZ is winning this fight right now. They do manage to connect with the hook. The knock will come through. But MTZ just cleans up Phantom Forces here with a double KO coming out from Delmise and Glaceon.
Yeah, I think Rowlet, the Decidueye, thought they were going to be very safe in this composition, but didn't really account for this Unite move from Delmise, which every time they used it, they targeted the Decidueye, and when it's in that Unite move itself, that knock, it is a sitting duck. A sitting owl, if I may, and this one's all but over. MTZ Esports just needs to deposit some of their points. 402, 117, a minute left, and with just this Decidueye, it's going to go into game 2.
That is entertaining. I feel like MTZ Esports so comfortable on that Glaceon. Phantom Forces, realistically, you don't want to ban out a Glaceon at this stage with so many strong Pokemon in the meta right now, Kyle, but Knight was fantastic on that.
Knight was fantastic. My MVP is Amara, though. It has to be. I mean, so many of the hooks were hitting. Every Unite move was perfect. Seaweed Snare, very hard to say in the moment. So that's one of the ones I avoid now because of the alliteration. Sometimes they're just hard, but yeah, every time it was perfectly placed on the Decidueye, which is kind of what you needed to do in this composition. And like you said, it was just a very good, well-rounded team composition that really complemented each other.
I gotta say though, what are they doing with some of these Unite names, bro? They're doing as in Sovereign Slide as well.
Sovereign Slide, yeah.
The alliteration, I tell you. But MTZ Esports with a pretty dominant showing here in this first game.
Insane work here. 776, 117 your final here in game 1. I mean, not a whole lot to say. You don't get as much value out of the Decidueye as you would have wanted. Mostly because of Amara, 9 KOs, 6 assists, but yeah, Knight doing a lot of heavy lifting, 12 KOs, 11 assists, 100k damage, 88 from Amara too, wow.
I mean,
that's crazy. Crazy.
What more do you want from your team there? I mean, looking at the damage taken as well, like under 30k for, Amara, Knight, and Gary, that's pretty impressive. So Phantom Forces, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board here. They got to bring something else for MTZ to have to deal with.
They really will. We'll see what happens in game 2, but I don't think there was any moment of this game where I thought Phantom Forces had a foot in this game. I feel like it was MTZ Esports the entire match. There was just KO after KO, a lot of damage from Knight. And Phantom Forces just didn't look like they were very comfortable against them. It was just a whole lot of damage. There's like too many Pokemon that they just didn't have an answer for. We'll see how they kind of counter this. This Blissey was just such an enabler.
Yeah, it really was, and I think that's the part of it, because Luigi wasn't able to do what they wanted to do on the side of the Machamp, because Blissey just allowed Amara to do exactly that. It was a perfect duo, and if you want to look at breaking it up, that's where you need to have a look. I mean, of course, Dhelmise hasn't really been played at all today, but Blissey, plenty of action, will always be a good ban or a good pick to take away.
Yeah, this is a nice little sidestep there. To avoid a lot of the Machamp damage. Eventually they do go down, so Machamp gets that double KO. But again, that was like one of the very few moments where they look good. This is another amazing Unite move into the speed flux zone. And yeah, I mean, Amara was just being an absolute bully to that poor owl.
This is why I love their all-rounder play, bro. It's absolutely insane. Everything is on point. I mean, the way that Unite move just dodges through everything and hits the owl was crazy. The Phantom Forces, they had some good moments of really trying to push back. Here, they're just trying to protect their Decidueye, but it was not an easy task for Kree. Every time they tried to use that Unite move, MTZ were on them instantly.
That Mewtwo Unite move was actually very close to taking out the Machamp. It was very close. This Blastoise play just missing the Hydro Typhoon because of a very wise play by Amara. A 4-person stun from the Mewtwo, and it was almost all she wrote there. Decidueye thinks that they're safe in that Unite move, but a perfect Seaweed Snare just absolutely obliterates multiple members of Phantom Force. You tried to defend it with the Vaporeon, but just too powerful.
And yeah, it's so hard to turn that Unite move in Knock Knock that you're just cooked. As soon as somebody's behind you, you're just cooked, buddy. And there's nothing you can do at that moment. And now that they've managed to find the ace, it's MTZ Esports all the way. Very comfortable in that game, actually. Now it's down to Phantom Forces to bring something that MTZ has to think about.
They're going to have to go back to the drawing board in game number 2. Because otherwise, they're going to be not only falling in the set 0-2, but they'll be 0-2 on the season, which is not a good position to be in, especially in what we've talked about almost all day. 7 weeks of league play. So not a lot of opportunities. So you really would love to have a good showing here, at least force a game 3. But it didn't look like they had a whole lot of life in that match. I feel like you just have to maybe ban away I mean, I don't even know what you ban. Ban the Blissey, honestly. Probably just ban the Blissey. I don't want to see that thing.
Yeah, I do think the Blissey was the main thing that enabled MTZ Esports there. I think Amara was absolutely cooking on the Dhelmise, but there were some moments, a lot of moments actually, where, you know, they did manage to get the Machamp onto them, but of course the Blissey was just stopping them from getting CC'd. It was huge for that combo. So I think maybe take the Blissey away. It's something you've got to look at. Right now, Phantom Forces have decided to go for the first pick, so they will have the opportunity to get that first big power Pokemon. MTZ have opted to go for Kyogre. There's not really a surprise in this second map.
Yeah, looks like we are, Kyogre. Groudon. I love Groudon. I think it's probably the most balanced one. But Kyogre is certainly fun to watch. A lot more tall grass that you have to kind of be prepared for. So I think that's actually a really good pick here. Honestly, I'm surprised that MTZ wanted to pick it, considering they played the A-pressers. More tall grass means A-pressers are a little bit more nerfed, but maybe they think that Blissey's probably going to get banned away from us or picked. So they probably just want to avoid those A-pressers. So they might leave Blissey on the table knowing that it can't really enable a lot of A-pressers in those tall grass areas.
I mean, looking at the bans last, Suicune came in for MTZ Esports. It's one that we've not seen banned at all yet. Mimikyu came out for Phantom Forces, as well as Psyduck, the first team, I believe, today that has banned out that Psyduck. Yeah. So whether we have some adjustments on those bans, I think if you're on the side of Phantom Forces, realistically, the only thing you can consider banning is that Blissey or the Dhelmise. But I don't think you should ban the Dhelmise. If you've got somebody that could play it, I think that might be a better approach.
True. Yeah, probably a better approach. Just take it, but maybe you have some different opportunities. But we're waiting for this game to kind of get underway. This is game number 2. MTZ Esports going to be up at 1-0. This is our last round of the evening. So I think teams are anxious to get this one underway. Tano, if we're gonna go for some bans here, we haven't seen a ton of Mega Pokemon on the field outside of the Mewtwo's today. Do you think that there's any chance that we'll see one of those other Megas here?
I think if it's going to be any, probably Mega Lucario. For example, I mean, last game it wasn't banned, but surprisingly nobody decided to pick it, which is interesting. I think Mega Lucario is very capable in the meta right now. It will not be Mega Charizard, it will not be Mega Gyarados, so it's got to be that one in my opinion, Kyle. But I don't know. I do like the fact that MTZ recognized Suicune is incredibly strong, still has to ban that out. And I like the fact that Phantom Forces have recognized how strong Psyduck currently is in this stage.
Yeah, Psyduck's crazy right now. It's so good. It's super fun to watch. Like, it sets up a lot of really cool plays with Psychic. I love the Bubble Beam, which sets up some of your ranged attackers or A-pressers. But then the Sai Unite move. It's really good into dive because you can just pop that Unite move, reduce a lot of the damage that the enemy's doing, especially if you have some Unite moves where are very predictable. But as I say that, let's get into game number 2. MTZ Esports going to be on your purple side. Phantom Forces going to be on your orange side.
So Psyduck is still the first ban here for Phantom Forces. It's going to stick with the Charizard Y for MTZ, not really having any changes so far compared to what happened last game.
Alrighty, yeah. Psyduck, Mega Charizard Y, Blastoise also being lined up. So yeah, very interesting here. And just as we theorized here, Tano, Blissey is going to get the ban here in game 2.
What's interesting is Phantom Forces played Blastoise last game, and now they're banning it out, looking at taking the Glaceon away. Is crazy. I mean, fair enough, they definitely cooked on it on the side of Night. You don't really want to give them access to that again.
No, certainly don't. And we got the overlay swapped over, so Phantom Forces on the proper side, gonna be on your purple side. Vaporeon on the table. I imagine that you probably just have to get that off and take it for yourself. MTZ Esports gonna have some options here. Obviously, Vaporeon, Miraidon on the table. You have a couple other potential plays here, but I still think this is very safe here. You get the best one of the best attackers. You could also go the Mewtwo if you want, but I personally like Miraidon maybe a hair more.
I do. I mean, Phantom Forces had access to the Mewtwo Y last game, didn't go for it. They went for that Decidueye instead. So I don't expect them to go for it here either, which is rather interesting. Maybe they feel more comfortable on different ranged attackers. But I think if you don't get Miraidon, Mewtwo Y is absolutely the next best ranged attacker.
Yeah, we do have Crustle available, which I really love, but I don't particularly love it into an Umbreon because all those shields can get stolen away. So they are going to pivot over to that Eldegoss instead, and something we haven't seen all day today is a Mew.
Yeah, surprisingly not. A lot of people love playing Mew in this region, and we haven't seen any of that action. So good, very much a utility Pokemon, being able to provide a lot of assistance to your team, as well as great secure. Oh my god, MTZ have gone for the Comfy and the Rapidash, bro.
Oh no. 2 buffed Pokemon, by the way, in this most recent patch. Probably didn't need them, but they certainly are buffed. I don't know, man. I feel like we don't need to buff Comfey ever. I feel like this Pokemon just needed to be erased from the game. Fix draft in the crashing issue first, then remove Comfey. Those are my priorities.
Wholeheartedly agree with you, buddy. In fact, get rid of Comfey, then fix the draft. That's what I'm saying right now.
You know? Fair.
Amara brings out the Tinkerton, what we were waiting to see. We do have Mega Gyarados on the side of Phantom Forces as well. What a comp we have right here, Kyle.
All right, this is something I've been really excited to see since it got buffed. I was hoping we'd see some in Underdunk the other day. We didn't get to see any. And this time, it's been all day today, and this is the potential last map of the day, and we're finally getting to see that Pink Menace. I'm super excited to see it. It does additional damage to shielded Pokemon, and you do have a couple Pokemon that have a lot of shields. Obviously, Gyarados, Vaporeon. I mean, all these Pokemon tend to have some shielding in their kit, so I do love this pick. And there's not like a ton of range damage that they have to deal with, which is where Tinkaton tends to struggle a little bit.
Yeah, going into this comp, I think it's a great pick. I mean, you've got Knight and Gaddy that are going to be stuck together, really. I mean, to be honest, Gaddy could also go on Amara here. That's going to be an interesting shout. So it's going to be a lot of harassment that they're going to be dealing with on the side of Phantom Forces, having the Rapidash on their side. MDR, again, might have a game where they're not really contested here. It will be Paggy's job on that Mimikyu, but that's going to be a very difficult task, seeing what MTZ Esports is running here.
Yeah, I'll see it. It's going to be game number 2. MTZ Esports is going to look to close this one out. They are on the purple side. Phantom Forces, they're going to take this Mew down on the bottom path, and it's going to be the Magikarp heading up north.
Let's see how good that goes, because it is going to be a solo lane for MTZ Esports to begin with, as they are giving that central area to both Pokemon, sharing it where they can.
And Miraidon getting off to a little bit of a quick start, trying to take away a lot of this wild Pokemon for themselves. But Mew has also pretty decent last hitting ability, especially when they have that Electro Ball up and loaded. And both teams playing very cautious outside of that very early stack from Phantom Forces.
Here comes the combo for MTZ Esports. Manages to grab a lot of that farm, close to getting that Evo on the side of Ponyta at the moment. Kaya still here on the Glossifer, but still a great early stage Pokemon. Of course, having access to be able to do a slow. Gaddy's going to block them there, stop them from being that approach.
Yeah, I love this 4-person push from MTZ just to try to slow down this Mega Gyarados. If you're able to do that, it's going to bode pretty well for you. An 850 Altaria family is going to be a 2v3 as Mimikyu makes it a 3v4.
There goes Rapidash having the comfy around them, and that's absolutely deleting Phantom Forces here. Oh my god, they've managed to take them all, Kyle. MTZ have just cleaned up lane.
Perfect rotation there with that 4-person push. Thought for a second MTZ was going to start rotating back bottom, but instead they stay full force trying to push this. Now we're going to have a 4v4 here. Mimikyu going down once again at the hands of the Comfey this time.
Bro, did you see how weak Amara got there? It was 1
Yeah.
HP in a dream, and then all of a sudden they've got more on that bar as crazily MTZ Esports get everything going their way. They find more KOs and manage to get everybody out.
And we're also going to just be a little bit disruptive on the side of this Galarian Rapidash, not putting their foot off the gas, getting a KO, getting some more stacks in, and this is not looking good for Phantom Forces early on. It seems like it's all MTZ.
Bro, why have they touched Galarian Rapidash again? I mean, we had a while where we finally were free from the clutches of Rapidash, but Phantom Forces here trying to see if they can answer with their own push on the T1 pad. It is going to be enough as Haru's trying their best to defend it. Kree gets another stack in, but here comes the rest of MTZ Esports, and now having to go for the retreat. Phantom Forces, they aren't going to be able to. Play Rough comes out from Paggy here. Knight is going to chase them down.
What is Gaddy doing? A lot of work against this Gyarados away from everybody. Finally finds a new home. Sweet Kiss is going to stun up this Gyarados nicely. And MTZ Esports is going to get over to safety. We finally have a Tinkaton. It's level 7 already, Tano.
Just building up these stacks on that Mega Hammer. And right now, Kekko's stuck in the mean look here. It feels like MTZ just walk through Phantom Forces like butter when they all group up.
Yeah, this is not ideal if you're Phantom Forces. You lose that goal zone. However, Silver Lining is there. Going to have access to more wild Pokemon to farm. Not the Great Lining, though. Look how large that Gigaton Hammer is already for Amara. And it's only 6 minutes into this game. Or else 6 minutes left on the clock.
I can't believe we're finally going to be able to say Kiss Bliss Kaboom for their Unite move. When it's been so long since we've had that. Charge being going through here onto the side of Kekko in the mean look yet again. Average Nepti trying to keep that range with this Mew. Rip on the Regieleki comes through from Phantom Forces. Zoning is here from MTZ though. Mew does find that connection. Bright Future Meteor Storm looking for some good KOs. Doesn't get any just yet. That's a double objective secure for Phantom Forces.
Hey, that's exactly what they needed to get back into this one, except it actually went over to the side of MTZ. Insane work here, because they are sporting that Reggie Steele buff, so we'll see what happens here, because we do lose that Galarian Rapidash. We do lose the Tinkaton because the Mega Gyarados has been set free. It's going to be the Miraidon Lonely on the bottom path, trying to hold this T1, but a defenseless Goal Zone means it's a gone Goal Zone.
Hoping for some more out of that, but they didn't have the combo on AS Energy to do so. So they break that with a small overcap. Opens up this experience for MTZ Esports. That's the risk of these T1 pads. You want to get rid of them when you have yours up, so you have the better bit of space, but it will open up extra experience for the opposition.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here as we get closer and closer to this next objective. Look how large that Gigaton hammer is. Is that fully online already? I think it might be. Yeah, I think that is. That's... Oh, no, that's not great. This Sweet Kiss is also doing a lot of work pulling in Pokemon that really do not want to get pulled in. We'll see how that... If Phantom Forces wants to go for this top objective, 14 seconds until it pops up, and they are starting to move that way, but we'll see if MTZ wants to push bottom now.
Thing is, this Tinkaton pick is so good as a final pick because Phantom Forces is so melee heavy here. It's so easy for Tinkaton to get those stacks as they look to cook through Paggy here. There is a Triad Blitz coming through as well. Cotton Crowd Crash to keep Phantom Forces on this fight, but with that bright future Meteor Storm, the future is bright for MTZ breaking this pad as they do find KOs. Kaya is going to go down as well. Pad broken, but looking at the score, Kyle, 2 points between them.
Gyarados is going to take this Reggie Steele up in the top path. So, again, they've been able to find value away from these team fights. The problem is when these big team fights break out, what do they have? Because Key is getting absolutely demolished by this Comfey pull.
Yeah, it's really difficult for Phantom Forces to find the KOs they do there with Rapidash at least, and that's going to be a sleep on the side of this Mega Gyarados. This hammer lands looking for Night. Three Pokemon have to be used to find Tinkaton.
Well, they had to use all 5 members to just deal with the Tinkaton and the Comfey. So we'll see how these 5v5 team fights go as we get closer to Kyogre hitting the map. Again, like you said, they still have a little bit of a lead. Looking at the levels, it's not bad. I mean, you have a level 13 Mega Gyarados, and you've kind of held some of these Pokemon to lower levels. Obviously, Miraidon's level 13, but Tinkaton and Rapidash still 11 and 12. So it might not be as bad for Phantom Forces as we've been seeing.
All about the approach in the final fight and see who manages to find that pick first on one of the strong Pokemon on either side. That's what it's about. And right now we're just going to see both of these teams with not a lot of experience on the field see what they can do. Kree might be caught out here as they try to get away. Waterfall will allow them through. Mean Look connects and MTZ connects to it. They want to find that and they do. Goodbye Gyarados. Mimikyu annihilated as well just before we see the final fight kick off.
Yeah, we have 15 seconds until that, so the Pokemon will be back, but likely it's going to be MTZ Esports getting aggressive positioning because Phantom Forces can't really walk into this pond because you do not want to get any more Pokemon caught out and away from this Kyogre. So MTZ going to set up for an ambush, and I love their positioning. I'm not so sure if Mimikyu knows.
Manages to land that onto Haru. Doesn't want to dive in just yet, knowing if they do, they are going to be surrounded by MTZ. Wish will connect here, stop that healing. Right now, the enhanced charge beam is all they're looking for as they hold out Phantom Forces. Melook will connect. There's a Triad Blitz in the right target. Cotton Cloud Crash here, Dragon Current as well. Trying to see if they can find the hit onto this Rapidash. They still manage to drop a lot of damage onto Tinkaton, but it's too much for Phantom Forces to handle here, Kyle, as they find the KO on Mega Gyarados. That's a lot of damage Phantom Forces no longer has as Vaporeon is so weak. The rip on Kyogre comes through from MTZ.
Mew is available, but the Smart Strike's gonna land directly on them. Good zoning from this Miraidon. Mew goes back to the Pokemon Center. Vaporeon gonna have to get in there. MTZ Esports looking to secure. You have the Gigaton Hammer. You have the Kyogre. You gonna have game 2.
Amara bonking their team to victory here as they score Hundo Burgers. Right now they're in the lead with 50 seconds left on the clock. Phantom Forces with 2 Pokemon down. The mountain is too high to climb for Phantom Forces here as MTZ look to win this one with a 2-0 record and move on to 1-1 in the season.
Huge stuff here. What an incredible Kyogre fight. Very patient. Loved the value that this Tinkaton was able to provide. Some of the self-sustain. There's a triple KO. Might have been a 4. No, it's actually Rapidash that gets that one. But you love to see this Pokemon very rarely used, finding a lot of value there. There's a moment in there, too, where it kind of had to vacate away from the fight and kind of look for its opportunity to land a big kaboom. They landed the Unite move, actually ran away, and then re-engaged with a big Gigaton Hammer, and that was pretty much all MTZ needed to propel them. Some smart plays as well from the Rapidash to focus that Smart Strike onto the Mew to make sure that they could not secure Kyogre because MTZ wanted to rip it. They did rip it, and they had the secures.
I gotta say, MTZ recognizing the comp that Phantom Forces had, pulling out the Tinkaton there. How fun is Amara to watch on those all-rounders there, Kyle?
Amara might be my new favorite player in EU to watch because of the picks that they had, both the Delmise and now the Tinkaton. Not only just to pick them, but to put up the numbers and put up the shower on both of those things. Just absolutely perfectly done. Good job by MTZ Esports. It was a very fun match to watch.
MDR again with over 100k damage. 15k damage taken there, Kyle. That is ridiculous for a ranged attacker in this game.
Yeah, very much. Yeah, it looked really good. Miraidon, just again, one of those really silent but deadly attackers that doesn't always look very flashy when it's happening, but it's just that consistent damage from those charge beams off the other engages on your team that just provide just an incredible amount of value. This was early on, able to push after that Altaria family and get that value. And man, the Sweet Kiss Tinkaton, or Sweet Kiss Comfey on the Tinkaton and on that Galarian Rapidash. There are just so many moments where I was just like, oh, these pulls and these stunts are absolutely rude.
I love aggressive, comfy players. I love it when they hop off and they go drop damage and they take damage for their teammates. It's so good, and Gaddy was doing exactly that in this game. I gotta say though, Phantom Forces, they really kept themselves in it, to be honest, Kyle. It wasn't like at any point it was all MTZ's game and there was no way Phantom Forces could win it.
Yeah, I mean, they looked much better in this game than they did in game 1, so you got to hand it to them there. They had a lot of composure, and there were actually a couple parts during the Kyogre fight where I thought maybe MTZ Esports might have pushed a little too far forward, but again, just perfect spacing of their carries to kind of stay away from some of the ranged or some of the melee damage, and it was just enough to find the KOs in the moment. This was a moment here for Phantom Forces where I thought maybe they might have it.
Yeah, I mean, it took all 5 Pokemon to take out 2, but I was with you on this. It felt like MTZ pushed in quite far, and there were moments where I was like, okay, as they gave into this final objective, they've done a little bit too much. We saw Amara get quite weak here, but they backed on up and came back in for the final bit. As soon as they took down Mega Gyarados, that was all she wrote for Phantom Forces. They lost such a huge amount of their attack with Mimikyu going as well.
Yeah, it was that Kiss Bliss Kaboom into the eject hammer, and then the final land to land those couple KOs, and that was just enough self-sustain right there, and that was that Smart Strike onto the Mew, and then they're closing out the Vaporeon, and just perfect placement, perfect communication, target priority was really great, so huge stuff here for MTZ. Loved that game.
Alrighty, so that is the last game of the day, chat. Let's have a look at all of today's results. Have a nosy at the standings as well before we get off. Of course, this is week 2 of EUL. So Some really exciting games today. Thank You Todo fell to Los Duros with a 2-0 win for them. Rework Esport Gear defeats Supernova with a 2-0 win. Rework Esport Core also win for their squad 2-1 versus Team Int. And of course, as we've just witnessed, MTZ Esports managing to get a 2-0 over Phantom Forces.
Yeah, good work here for all these teams. We had that one game 3 situation, which was probably my favorite set of the day. That was just super exciting back and forth. So let's take a look at the standings now through this second round. So 2-2-0 teams, so both of the rework squads, and then a handful of 1-1s, Los Duros, Team Int, Thank You Toto, MTZ at your 1-1, and then the two teams that are going to be climbing up a mountain to try to get themselves back into a good positioning in the standings, Phantom Forces and Supernova, both 0-2 so far.
Let's have a nosy at tomorrow's schedule as well, because right now, Phantom Forces Supernova, with how many weeks are left in this league, they have to be looking for a win. Supernova is going to be taking on Los Duros. Thank You Todo here for Rework Esport Core. That is going to be an electric game. Team Int versus MTZ Esports. That as well is going to be crazy as Esport Gear look to take on Phantom Forces. So an opportunity for Phantom Forces to get a huge upset tomorrow.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good round of matches here for round number 3. I'm excited to see it. I believe it's going to be you and Bridget covering those tomorrow, so I'll definitely be tuning in. Undercovers bundled up because it's going to be like a foot of snow. I guess 30 centimeters of snow. We're casting
Valid.
EU.
Valid, buddy. I love snow. I wish we had that snow. We don't see any of that in the UK, unfortunately. But yeah, I think that is going to be it from us here, chat. We will, of course, be back with more action tomorrow around about the same time. And I would just a huge thank you. So yet again, a huge thank you to the legend that is Steel Agent Kyle on the mic with me here. Huge shout out to Underdunk over in NA as well. And of course, a huge shout out to Shivam and Bina here behind the scenes. Bina, our incredible observer, giving us all that action on screen. And Shivam, the do-it-all person in the background for the Unity Clash here. So a huge shout out and a huge thank you to them over there as well.
Yeah, big shout out to everybody. Like Tano said, we will be back tomorrow. Well, I won't be back, but Tano will be back. Bina will be back. Shivam will be back, but I will not be back. But I will be watching. I'll be in chat. Well, everybody, hope you all have a good rest of your evening. And until tomorrow, we will see you soon. Blastoise does have a Unite move, so really look out for this one.
Oh, there goes Infinite Sideburn as well. Who's going to lock it in? The Flame Sweep came through. Was it the Flame Sweep? No. It is going to be the Revenant Ren from Cerulean. Thank You, Todo. Oskitar in the middle of it. There goes the Aura Cannon. Fox Show does survive. Full power Sai keeping Thank You, Todo in this fight, but not before Talon finds them. And it is going to be Laura that finds the rebound fight for Los Duros. Now losing Mariagon and Los Duros here to get the rest of their team in this fight. The rip continues here. Kyle trying to get away from them. Is Fox Show. They want to lock in this ground on right now. Mewtwo, why is that play
Blastoise still kind of stuck on level 7, so those Duros starting to hit their power spikes. Can we get this overheat in time? Again, fantastic secures it.
Not bubble anymore on the side of Blaziken. Still one of the best secures in the game with that move. That's why we will continue to see it as the Lecky will walk into that T1 pad. Going to be broken here by Los Duros, taking over 140-point lead at the moment, but they want to bite off a little bit more. The walls go up. It is going to be the Thunderstorm Aerial that keeps Danny alive with literally 100 points. Isn't that much difference in a game of Pokemon Unite, especially with the T1 still up for Los Duros. So they have the opportunity to get back in this with the Infinite Cyburn coming on through. Overheat is ready to cut the Red Ice. It is locked in by Los Duros, and they want to take the fight for it as well. Finding Vic. Thank You, Todo, are definitely on the back foot here.
I did like that play from Oskitar, kind of walking up and blocking that side strike. It locked onto him instead of the Reggie, so that enabled that win there. Now they're going to try to push in towards this T1 goal zone. T-Tar is up, but it's also all the way back down. This alone,
but it's not going to be locked in here. Again, the play with me comes through and stops it, allowing Thank You, Todo to take that Lecky and get 2 huge KOs for them. Get them pushed through. The healing from that is going to be huge. Phantom Forest here with a Thunderstorm aerial drop in. This is the fight, but a Tyrannical Rampage comes out, but they're getting KO'd. Blissey falls. Laura is top. Nora's go for the rip. We've got a good flank coming in from Gunnar here. Can they get the lock onto the Kyogre? Infinite Cyber will come through, but it's going to be the overheat. Just blazing top. Ooh, Ware tries to get in, not able to. She's back away from the goal here, and it is going to be taken by Esport here as they continue. We've got to find something with this. Can they, as they dive on through? They don't just yet. Full power Sai keeps them on the field yet again. As Mewtwo, Inklas finds the KOs, and now Supernova, they have to retreat, but Inklas is cooking them, bro.
Gotta hand it to Psyduck right there.
Charge going on in. Tint is still on their feet, but Gear have found what they need.
Yeah, those long, weird feet that Darkrai
is going to be used as well. Classics, despite it being a Darkrai, manages to get away, and there's the endless Ice Spice. Kyle Chiefs has to use their eject button as we're so happy to take this with a flank. Hydro Typhoon's going to be used there. Didn't get enough capitalization off it just yet. Gengar does come in, finds the Suicune, and they're going to rip the objective right now as Supernova know the freeze isn't going to be here. There's the Infinite Cyburn coming through. Darkrai is taken down, utilizing the Clefable Wonder Wish. They get the fly, doesn't get much from it just yet. Diving on in is going to be the Mega Gyarados, and Mewtwo finds the KOs as Esport Gear.
Center. It was a 4v4, now a 4v3. Defense on for this T1 goal zone. Now there's Psychic right there. Oh, it's actually pulling in closer. Suicune, though, able to eject away. Flame Sweep is going to hit the mark, but it is going to be a couple members of Supernova falling down.
This is so tough. Rework Esport Gear have got everything. There's the electric terrain down. Enhanced Charge being paired with a fly. Is going to find the Clefable. Here comes Gengar. Does manage to find the Empoleon. Not losing any health just yet. Esport Gear have to retreat.
It's a good eject play for Gengar, too. And now they have the cooldowns reset. They can wait a little bit longer, but the Charge Beam, a little bit of lollipopping.
This on 6, making the decision to leave that open at the moment. Does get a freeze onto Gengar. Hydro Typhoon will come through. Now they've managed to find Empoleon. Endless Ice Spice connects as well. And despite the fact that Supernova had an advantage, it's shut down by the crowd control of Esport Gear.
Position, and Blastoise is going to get mean looked into the Empoleon, and that's the Hydro Typhoon.
Got to dive in here. There's the Green Illusion dive from Teeks. And they go through, but it's the fly that comes in from Skull and finds the double. Kyle, that's ridiculous. They've lost Blastoise. They've lost Cypher. Balti goes down, and Rework Esport Gear are going to get an ace on Supernova. Capitalizing on getting their team where they need to be. Oh, nearly the overheat was ready for Dodo. And they are going to find Bida here as well as Esport Core look to get in. But maybe, guys, we're going to see whether they can get in. The block is massive here from Snorlax. They try and get around, but the rip is just way too quick. Submission here off the top ropes as Mimikyu finds the KO onto
and then before that portal hits, Mimikyu now going to try to run away, but get caught in a blender here, and Zika goes down to Mewtwo.
Wow, Esport Core.
Unbound, but here comes the Crustle. That's a lot of damage, and they're going to X-Scissor the Blaziken into the wall. Machamp's going to grab the Duck, and now Hoopa's starting to stun the squad. Charge Beam's a little bit wide, and that doesn't get the value that they're looking for because they still have to defend this Regieleki. Shadow Sneak's going to tag the Garchomp. Play with Me is going to go onto the Snorlax, and Blaziken's going to close out the Mimikyu. Crustle, Ellen's going to have to pull this in. This fight's going to break out here.
That it is. Good submission, but they're actually going to find Psyduck as well. There's the Livid Outrage. Rings are let loose, using the iframes to protect Hooper here. Alentia's managed to find Cascade. Wow. They do manage to Dragon Rush through. They've not got the rip they need just yet, but Team In trying to go for the pincer move, but now they're going for the rip. On the ground on. Heavy Slam goes on in on the side of Snorlax. Mimikyu is cleaning them up here, as well as the Machamp. Team In trying to do what they can. Snorlax doesn't find it. Bida takes a brilliant effort coming out from Valentia there as they do get on the objective now. Registeel is actually going to be taken, I believe, by Team In. It was a triple KO, and yes, it is going to be DJ for the Registeel.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you want your Decidueyes to do. Get ready for those Spirit Shackles, hit some big ones in the there. From the Blastoise into the Hoopa portal, gets themselves a nice refresh. There's that Hydro Typhoon, knocks up a couple.
Find it, knock, says DJs. They try and find something, but the eject Hydro Typhoon will take them back to Nurse Joy. Cascade is absolutely cooking here on Blastoise.
Oh, Pancakes almost goes down to Empoleon. This little rock tomb there from Crustle to prevent that 40 from going on in. Preventing more damage is going to be that Sai, and there's a serve. There's that Mimikyu, triple, especially because you have a Hoopa for rework.
100%. You've got to be able to have that maneuverability as they do manage to find the KO on Pancake. Zika gets so weak, but does manage to find Hooper. And Blastoise, Empoleon, will go back. Shackle's going to find the Crustle, and they're taken down. That's a huge amount of defense eSport Core has just lost. But look at the positioning here of Dodo and Cascade looking to get in on the flank, coming on through with the Blastoise.
Wow.
They tried to use Hydra Typhoon, but Play With Me cuts them down. Barrage blows are coming through. The knock is perfect from DJ there. The rip continues on the Kyogre as they try and see if they can get on the Miraidon. They're able to. Full power Sai with the Rubble Rouser in the face of Mimikyu here. Still trying to get onto this Miraidon, but they're taken down. The Kyogre, the rip is coming in from eSport Core. I think they've done what they need to do to take this. The champ can't get in. You see the jet coming out from Crustle here, getting out of the arms of Pancakes. Regieleki being ripped. The zoning from Team Int is so good here. Heavy Slam will come through, trying to stop them going home on the portal, but they do. And now they've got to stop them getting close to this Regieleki, because here comes the Mewtwo. They do land it, but Pancakes manages to find a Rubble Rouser in their face, but they do manage to escape.
Second option, but it's a lot of damage. There's that Hydro Typhoon, gonna knock up a couple into the Machamp. Machamp's gonna have to try to scramble away, but we have two members going down for Rework Esport. Looking like we're gonna go for Emerald two-step, but a lot of damage.
So unexpected for how contested this game has been. There's the full power Sai. This is the engage. Pushing up against them is Blastoise, managing to find the hit onto Crustle. There's the Rubble Rouser. A Jet One is gonna be used, pushing two of them up against the wall here. There's gonna be the Power Nap from Valencia. That's going to at least keep teaming in this fight, but no, Psyduck has been taken down. Blastoise finding the KO as Dodo looks to hunt down Miraidon. Emerald two-step will come through as Valencia's Heavy Slam stops them in their tracks. Still on the field is DJ, but they're losing their entire team around them.
100 points in on the top side. That's going to insulate this lead. Now that means Team Int really has to go for this Groudon. Might even see a 90-point dunk in from this Leafeon on the bottom side. Groudon getting very low. There's that Hydro Typhoon going to knock up Zika. It's just the Psyduck, Tano, and Rework Esport Core. Doesn't even need the big red objective.
Nah, that's going to be all she wrote here, as unfortunately Team Int cannot fall. They're gonna try their very best, but Knight comes out of that one feeling pretty happy.
Decidueye trying to close the door on this T1 push, and so far that's looking like it's pretty good. Icicle Spear is gonna come through and take out the Blastoise. Barrage Blow from the Machamp. They're going directly for this Glaceon.
I mean, they managed to break the rank. Push in the top lane is Phantom Forces with Machamp looking for a 40 here. MTZ Esports. There's a hook coming through straight into the back line on Kree. And the second one to take them back to the Pokemon Center as MTZ Esports finds the double KO, wipes out anyone from Phantom Forces on this bottom line.
And the thing that you gotta worry about if you're Phantom Forces is exactly what we talked about in draft. They don't have a lot of dive on MTZ, but you have to watch out for that Delmise.
You do. Knock in the face of Knight here. How are they able to get away from that? They will go down with Psychic Celerity and Pop here up against the wall. But Knight is doing a good job at trying. Forces are now going to back up a bit.
Yeah, no passive for Umbreon now as we start to go. Blastoise tried to surf the Delmise into problem. There's that Hydro Typhoon, but it misses everybody, Tano.
That is good. You don't want to see a Knight move like that not connect on anybody. Pulling in the Vaporeon here. Looks like MTZ is winning this fight right now. They do manage to connect with the hook. The knock will come through. But MTZ just cleans up Phantom Forces here with a double KO coming out from Delmise and Glaceon.
Yeah, I think Rowlet 2v3 as Mimikyu makes it a 3v4.
There goes Rapidash having the comfy around them, and that's absolutely deleting Phantom Forces here. Oh my god, they've managed to defend it. Kree gets another stack in, but here comes the rest of MTZ Esports, and now having to go for the retreat. Phantom Forces, they aren't going to be able to. Play Rough comes out from Paggy here. Knight is going to chase them down.
Gaddy doing a lot of work against this Gyarados away from everybody. Finally finds a new home. Sweet Kiss is going to stun up this Gyarados nicely. And MTZ Esports going to get over to safety. We finally have a Tinkaton. It's level 7 already, Tano. MTZ Esports going to get over to safety. We finally have a Tinkaton. It's level 7 already, Tano.
just building up these stacks on that Mega Hammer. And right now, Keko is stuck in the mean look here. It feels like MTZ just walked through Phantom Forces like butter when they all group up.
Demolished by this Comfey pull.
It's really difficult for Phantom Forces to find the KOs they do there with Rapidash at least, and that's going to be a sleep on the side of this Mega Gyarados. This Hammer lands looking for Night. Pokemon have to be you. Kree might be caught out here as they try to get away. Waterfall will allow them through. Mean Look connects, and MTZ connects to it. They want to find that, and they do. Goodbye, Gyarados. Mimikyu annihilated. Enhanced Charge Beam is all they're looking for as they hold out Phantom Forces. Mean Look will connect. There's a Triad Blitz in the right target. Colin Cloud Crash here. Dragon Current as well. Trying to see if they can find the hit onto this Rapidash. They still manage to drop a lot of damage onto Tinkerton, but it's too much for Phantom Forces to handle here, Kyle, as they find the KO on Mega Gyarados. That's a lot of damage.
Mew is available, but the Smart Strike's gonna land directly on them. Good zoning from this Miraidon. Mew goes back to the Pokemon Center. Vaporeon gonna have to get in there. MTZ Esports looking to secure. You have the Gigaton Hammer.